You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off with code NEW25, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected.
Hello. Hello, Mo. You better come right over. You're missing one of the biggest things in your life.
Biggest things? Well, welcome to Topstep TV. Only Topstep TV has the biggest and best names in the trading world on this show. I'd like to welcome everybody here to a Thursday, the 16th of January. My God, John, we're halfway through January with a blink of the eye. Blink of the eye. So,
be March
so glad
before
you
we
can
know
make it here. It's going to be. Yep, it's going to be March before we know it. So glad you can make it today. I'm so glad everybody can make it today. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you a front row seat. So welcome aboard here. And this is opening call. He's Fraser Thomas. I'm Garfield Goose. And most of you probably don't even know who the hell that is. But it sort of clicked a memory of childhood. And I had to put that up there.
I would say probably 40% of the people watching know who Garfield Goose and Fraser Thomas were.
Maybe 40%. Look it up.
We used to
that. Who knows? Of course, yeah. That's used to get us up in the morning, right? It was some more. It was Ray Rayner, Fraser Thomas. Anyway, let's move on. I digress. So let's get ready for a great day. Participate. Be part of the Topstep team. All right. So remember, hey, the chat is here for you. Respect, be honorable, and let's get busy here. Let's say hello to our good friend. Of course, our good friend, our mentor, the man with the plan, the man with the golden gun, John, a.k.a. the Hogue. Good morning, Johnny.
The man with the golden gun. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody.
Good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome to Opening Call. Always our focus here is on seeking accurate context in these markets. Always remembering risk management and its importance and remaining patient in our trading. I should just say Dan Trader's always first in the chat. Good morning, Dan Trader. Chris Flores, Anastasios, Shubham, good to see you. KSM one time, Thomas, and I have a scan. Crawdad's Fish Market, good morning. Yabber Smack, Slippers, Man Cave, Trades, Flippin' Ticks, and Mike Godfrey, just the top of the chat. But welcome to each and every one of you. Great to see you this morning.
I tell you, reading that list puts a smile on my face. I tell you, we got some unique people in this chat. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everybody here. All right, let's get busy here. U.S. stock futures did move higher, pointing to an extension on a surge. Wall Street in the prior session that sparked a soft core inflation reading and solid earnings from those things we call the big old banks. Dow contract added about 61.1%. S&Ps ticked up a Jordan, 0.4%, 23 points. And the NASDAQ jumping 123 points, or 0.6%. Now, all three of these averages spiked yesterday, notching their biggest percentage climb since November, back in November 6th, as the cooler than anticipated measure of core consumer price growth in December bolstered hopes for more Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year. Now, Bank of America says Ixnay on the UTKs, which means no cuts. They're thinking no cuts, but we'll find out. In the wake of the data, U.S. benchmark Treasury note yield, which has risen to a monthly high in these recent days, denting the attractiveness of equities, also dropped. Strong results from the major U.S. lenders supported sentiment as well. Well, thank you, major lenders, for that support. And speaking of support, Johnny, what other goodies do you got for our traders here today?
Well, all right. We did have some economic numbers come out this morning. Retail sales came out this morning a little lower than they were expected on the month-over-month number. They were looking for a drop from 0.7% to 0.6%. That fell to 0.4%. Year over year, a little higher than the previous number, which was 3.8, came out 3.92%. Jobless clams. The previous week was an additional 201,000. They were looking for 210,000 new jobless claims, initial jobless claims that came out at 217,000. Continuing jobless claims, however, came out lower than expected by about 20,000 approximately. Philly Fed is the big surprise, I think, this morning. It wasn't very impactful to the markets, but Philly Fed was expected to rise from negative 6.4 to negative 5. I see a positive 44.3. I don't know if that's right, but that would indicate a pretty big jump in business activities in the Philly area. 9 o'clock today, we've got business inventories and the NAHB Housing Market Index. 9:30, of course, we have the nat gas inventories due out, and 10 o'clock, there are 4 and 8 week bill auctions. As far as earnings are concerned this morning, Taiwan Semiconductor beating on both earnings per share and revenues. United Healthcare beats on earnings per share, but misses a little bit on revenues. Bank of America and Morgan Stanley beating on both categories. That's just the top of the list of the earnings. Yes, folks, we are back in earnings season. VIX this morning is up slightly at 16.23, but lower, much lower than yesterday at this time, which was 18.38. Dollar index 109.26, lower than yesterday at this time, 109.272. And the yield on the 10-year, this was kind of scary this morning. Last I looked, it was 4.666%, slightly lower than it was yesterday at this time, which was 4.69%. But I hate that number. But that's just the way it is. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers, or known economic numbers. Today, Eddie, back to you for what, dude? Where's the crude?
What's dude? Dude, where? I tell you, I used to use that word in grade school a lot. Hey, dude. But still, it's like the word cool. I've been using that like my whole life, but it's still cool to use cool as a cool word, right?
I still like the word groovy. It's groovy, baby.
Oh, wow. It's like rad. Rad is out. But anyway, we'll have another session on that one. Segment coming up on language. But, I was watching the crude today, and, just knocking on that $80, knocking on that door here. Very close, 79.42. And we had a bottom of 75.89. That's on my ETH. And we are seeing that oil prices hovering around that flat line today, adding a recent highs driven by the combination of the U.S. inflation data, new sanctions on that Russian oil, and the significant drawdowns on U.S. crude inventories. WTI was around flat, 0.1% down slightly. We did see that oil prices did rise 2% yesterday, That's their highest level since July. As the inflation report brought expectations of softer monetary policy back into play. And it also supported the bullish sentiment. U.S. Energy Information Administration, yes, that EIA, reported a drawdown of crude of nearly 2 million barrels, indicating a tightening of supply. And that's what we have here for the news here. Let's take a look at our Topstep tip of the week. Focus on one setup. A lot of times when I was doing a lot of the coaching here, I'd ask traders, what they were trading, what they were looking at, what their setups were. And a lot of traders had, they call it too much on your plate. All right. You got to keep it simple. Focus on that one setup, something that works for you. Now, there is a lot of options out there, especially when we bring in educators and when we bring in traders and they explain what they do. But it's always good to find that one setup that works for you. And sometimes if it doesn't and you're not having a good trade day or so forth, not necessarily meaning that you need a new strategy or a new style, a new setup. It's just a matter of, hey, things aren't working today. I shouldn't be fighting the market. And maybe I'll just pull back a little bit, trade my practice account, see if that works. Maybe I'll get back on the horse again. So be careful there. All right. Focus on one setup. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, whenever I see this, I always think back to Linda Raschke. She's the one that really said, all you really need to be profitable in trading is one setup that you can rely on. And, Eddie, you're right. A lot of people do look at too much stuff on the charts, too many opportunities, too many setups. Keep an accounting of the setups that have the higher probability, or at the very least, the biggest probability for bigger profits. If you do have too much stuff on your charts, it's really just going to confuse and take you away from that simplicity of that one setup. I was talking to somebody very important yesterday, and I said to him, whenever I see a setup that I'm extremely confident in, I think it's a sure thing. Typically, that's not going to be a very good trade. It's the ones that make me worry about it a little bit that tend to be the better trades. Maybe think about adding that to your setup. Is, if it doesn't scare me a little bit, probably not a good trade. That's just how things seem to work for me. I don't know about you, but yeah, all you really need to profit in trading is one setup that you can rely on with a good profit potential. Great stuff.
All right. Moving on here. VIP. Stay tuned today. I'm just going to say that. That's all I'm going to say here right now. I'll come back and I'll give you a little bit more details. But VIP. Johnny, let's get to the charts, and then I got a little stuff to say here before we get into fast markets. But off to
all right. I'll make it brief, Eddie. I'll make it brief if I can. All right. So here's the E-mini S&Ps. We some non-scary PPI and CPI numbers brings more optimism and upside resilience. We started with short covering off the lows here. Yesterday, we added about 12,000 contracts in open interest, closing basically above the weekly kickoff high, 59.78 even. What I'm monitoring for today is continuation. I think, we are not out of the medium time frame downside auction. I think this is a pullback in it, but I think we're getting pretty close to breaking this downside structure that we're currently in. We can see we've got this trend line up here. There's probably another trend line we could kind of go across these three tops right here. Let's take a look and throw that on there just for giggles here. So there you go. There's three points of contact on the daily chart. 1, 2, 3. I think our overnight high is going to be relatively important for us, and weekly kickoff low is going to also be an important level for us today. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, we did open with a gap. We were unable to close the gap. We pulled back. We finished the day above the weekly kickoff high, which is 59.68. 78 even. We've been holding above that ever since really the opportunity to kind of look above that. We gave it back at one point. We could not take out the initial balance low, ended up taking out the initial balance high at the end of the day. And it just kind of rotated. I think we had some long liquidation and short time frame at the end of the day yesterday. What do we have as far as overnight inventory is concerned? We really don't have any overnight inventory. The question is, are we going to open possibly with a gap? We'd have to open above 6,001 and a quarter, 6,001 and a quarter for us to have any kind of session breakout or a session gap above the market. I don't really see that happening. I'm going to try and stay patient today. And again, we're kind of looking at an acceptance above the weekly kickoff high, 59.78 even, would be positive for continuation of the upside. A failure up here and seeing any longer time frame traders coming into this market to sell it would be kind of a bummer for longs. Of course, the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Hang on a second here. Yep. Okay. So the last thing I want to mention is, ever since we tested the weekly kickoff low earlier in the week, which was Monday, 58.12, we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows. That has not stopped. So I'm kind of, looking at this market as possibly recovering in a longer time frame away or out of the downside structure that we're in. Again, a couple of kind of important levels. The trend line that we just put in here across our overnight high. We got last week's high at 60.45 half, and then we've got some space up above, maybe up to up around 60.90, 6100. I don't know. We'll have to see how this plays out. Again, I'm going to try and stay patient today. We didn't really get a lot of gyration or momentum or anything off of the early numbers today. We'll have to see how that plays out. All right, NASDAQ. We started adding open interest once we put in this excess low here. For the last 5 sessions, we've been adding open interest, and we added another 2,300 in open interest yesterday, up to but not through the weekly kickoff high of. I'm having a little trouble here. Hang on. 21,460. 21,460. That is correct. This white line right here is weekly kickoff high. We tried to get to it yesterday. We're unable to do so. We've looked above it in the overnight. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 points of contact on the trend line off the all-time high here. We're still showing in medium time frame lower highs, lower lows in kind of a longer time frame, not the longest of time frames, but in medium time frame. We're putting in lower lows, lower highs. We can break that possibly if we can find some buyers up above this trend line. What's this look like on the 30-minute chart? All right, so here we are. Yesterday, again, opening with a gap, unable to close the gap. We're looking for opportunities for longs. Those opportunities for longs paid throughout the day. We did not, again, get to or look above the weekly kickoff high, 21.4460. A lot of folks in the power hour were looking for that level to maybe take some longs. We didn't quite get to take some profits on longs. We didn't quite get there. We saw the pullback at the end of the day. Very short-term long liquidation. Now what do we've got? We've got a possible gap to the upside above that important inflection level, 21.460. More likely that we're going to have a gap in the NASDAQ than we are in the S&Ps, and we've got that longer time frame trend line looming just above. Visuals, ladies and gentlemen, visuals. Markets are very visual. If there's a lot of eyes looking at that trend line, there's going to be a tendency for price to want to go and check that level. Again, probably opening with a gap in the NASDAQ, maybe not in the S&Ps. I think the best case scenario, the best kind of hypothesis that I could come up with is if both of them were to open with a gap above yesterday's range and never close that gap, then I would look for the opportunity to test higher levels and to test higher trend lines, perhaps, would be something that would be tasty for us to take a look at. Take a look at crude oil now. Finally, crude oil is now trading the March contract. Weekly kickoff high in the March contract, 78.30. We tried to get up there yesterday. We got up there. We looked above it. So far today, we're not having any real success in the longer time frame of holding above that. What did we do? We added 23,000 in open interest yesterday. But again, a lot of that is based off of information coming from the rollover. We are deep in the teeth of rollover. So volume and open interest are going to be blurry. You see the volume falling off here in the March contract, should be rising in the March contract. So maybe we're getting a little bit long in the tooth up here, possibly. I don't know. I don't like trading markets during rollover, and I haven't liked trading crude for quite a little while. It's been a tough market to trade. Yesterday, opening with a gap, never closing the gap, and closing above the weekly kickoff high of 78.30. This naked point of control up here, 79.20, goes all the way back to April in the March contract. So this is actual March contract information. Look where the overnight traded to, and it targeted and now starts to kind of seem to be coming off of that. Overnight inventory, we got a little bit too short here to where the IB high from yesterday in the March contract, and finding buyers there now holding back and hanging around 78.30. If there is no decision in longer time frame, which there is a high probability of that today because it is in rollover, if there is a delay in longer time frame decision making in this area, be very careful, because those weekly kickoff levels, while sometimes they can be great opportunities for entries or exits, when the market becomes magnetic to them, they become toxic, because you're always thinking, well, I should go long above or short below, or long above or short below, or long above or short below. We saw an example of that in gold a couple of weeks ago, or was that just last week? I forget when it was, but be careful, because the market has not really picked a direction away from weekly kickoff high here, 78.30 again, and that's in the March contract. Be careful around here. The market opening, largely in range, largely in value, right, basically opened at the weekly kickoff high. Be careful. Take a quick look at gold and we'll get moving on here. All right. So we are still range bound in the medium time frame. We are seeing this market rallying now towards the weekly kickoff high, 27.56. Kind of the high end of the area of balance that we've been in. Well, let's just call this since November. We low, high, low, back to the high. Are we getting too long here? Well, we added another 11,000 contracts in open interest yesterday. On this move to the upside, we've been adding open interest. I think we've added open interest. I can tell you right now. Hang on, it's just 1 second. We've added open interest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight days, 8 straight days, and the market has been continuing to move higher. We've also been seeing negative delta. Gold is very pure when it comes to using delta for deciphering longer time frame participation. If I had to, and nobody knows for sure, I'm not saying anything absolute here, but I would say that the open interest increasing at higher levels against negative delta on most days is longer time frame buyers. Are we getting too long here? Well, weekly kickoff high might be an interesting area to try and find out if that is true. So again, on this move to the upside, increasing open interest, mostly negative delta, would indicate longer time frame buyers. Last time we saw that, we had a big increase in open interest. We had buyers take us to the previous swing high. Really nice opportunity. This was all negative delta on increasing open interest. Longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame sellers. We're pitting time frame against time frame. The longer time frame buyers long, getting the shorter time frame traders too short. 3 straight days to the upside. The shorter time frame inventory is then reconciled. We start pulling right back off of that. So the longer time frame chasing the short time frame around here in gold. The profile yesterday in gold, normal variation, neutral day. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here briefly, though. So we had a gap from, what was this? Today's Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, gap. Monday, Thursday, gap. We're gapping higher. We are in an acceleration to the upside. How long can this happen? How long can this go? Well, 2756 will be a good test of it. The opening range was the dead ass low of the session today, indicating buyers are still in control. Do not fight a directional market. Since the low on Monday, it's been nothing but higher highs, higher lows. We've had gaps. There is some weakness in structure down below, but that's going to become important when it becomes important. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful trying to short this market until you get some sort of important level. Maybe that weekly kickoff high level will be far enough to see some sort of pullback off of. Maybe not. Look for some sort of change in structure in the short time frame to look for any opposite opportunities. Opposite opportunities, of course, are going to be see money, take money. And that's what I got to say about that. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath. Calm yourself before you start trading today. Always stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace. Have a great session. Eddie, back to you.
Beautiful. That was good stuff, Johnny. All right, stay tuned. We got Fast Market coming up here. Hey, we got VIP coming up. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell other traders. We got the VIP scouting check-in going to be in here today, so don't go away. Also, we do have number 8 on the big board here, Nick for a Tick, Kansas City's very own. We got Jared J going to be here for Fast Markets. Yesterday, Nick locked in about $2,500 in his live funded account. Way to go, Nick for a Tick. Don't go away. We're going to be right back here. Stick around.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, let's get our beards in the gates here. Pass this back to the bearded Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Thank you. Thank you, Bearded Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Got Nick Furtick in the house. Number 8 on the big board. Jared J in the house. Hogue in the house. Again, this is Fast Markets, Topstep TV. We are now open. Let's go. And it looks like a little bit of sound coming out of the gate here in the NASDAQ and the ES. Very, very small. Dow catching a little bit of a bid, but Hogue, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's break down these first few seconds of this Thursday. What are you seeing there, Hogue? Dead ass high?
Well, we opened with a gap in the NASDAQ above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high, 452. We did not open with a gap in the S&Ps, which kind of confuses things a little bit because if we had gaps in both and we couldn't fill them, I'd be looking to go to the long side. In the overnight, or at least on the shorter time frame chart here, we've got lower highs and lower lows since we put in the high around 2 o'clock this morning, which is right around the London Open. So we've been seeing some selling coming in through the London Open. We opened with a gap. We have not quite yet closed the gap. We've got an opening range of about 36 points in the NASDAQ. And again, if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for longs in the NASDAQ. We reject the range from yesterday, and the S&Ps we're looking for longs. Just kind of risk management, I think, is always important, and I think it's particularly important here this morning. We got to see if we can't find the right spot here.
So we're putting on a 15 lot?
I like where your head's at,
Yeah,
Jared.
50 actually.
Oh, 50.
I do see overnight there was a nice little run up in the S&P. We got some selling coming out of the gate here. Overnight.
So I missed something on that open. At 21,500, there's call resistance there. And also there was a imbalance or a very light traded area zone there between 505 roughly and 492. And I chickened out on it.
What happened?
I didn't take it. I saw that. So I started using footprint charts just a week and a half or two ago. Mm-hmm. And it's all new. And, every time you add something, change something to your charts, it takes a practice. And for me, it takes probably 2 to 3 weeks of practice and being able to trust it and what does it mean and all that and build strategies around it. So I'm right now in the mode of second guessing everything that I see. I probably should have touched it, but it's proving very useful so far. So I'm not giving it up.
Okay.
But there was a zone there. A couple things. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Nick Furtick, number 8 on the Topstep big board. What are we thinking coming into the day? Saw some selling out of the gate in the S&Ps, about 10-point sell-off. What are your thoughts, levels?
Some selling out of the gate. This has been a very interesting week. It is options expiration. We do have the inauguration next week. Obviously, a softer PPI and a CPI barely, but still softer and a very positive reaction to that data. And naturally, we'd move back up. And on Monday, when we were kind of rejecting off the old election low area down here toward 5,800s on ES, I had made a kind of an outlandish claim that there's a good shot that we're going to go tag 6,000 this week, just purely based on the fact that we were sitting at these lows and none of the options activity for Friday had changed whatsoever. There was still so much call buying and exposure, everything still pushing us, basically would push us back up to like 60-30s, 60-40s, depending on how the spread kind of changes throughout the week with the SPX ES spread. So I made that outlandish call, and obviously you needed CPI to kind of behave, but there's still a path for us to continue to kind of retest the top end of this kind of triple distribution that we had last week up here towards the 60-30s. So I'm looking for dips to buy. I think we're going to at least tag that between now and Friday. And then once we do tag it, I mean, all bets are off. Do we just kind of violently range bound on an OPEX Friday, which tend to be pretty volatile? OPEX weeks can always be pretty volatile, and I tend to do well in them just because I love the volatility and the bidirectional trades that it usually offers. So I'm going to be patient, but I'm really looking for kind of a dip to buy in the early part of this session if we get it.
Dip to buy. Alrighty.
So far, opening ranges are the dead ass high.
So I'm long at 419.25.
Now it's got a bid.
Say again, Jared.
Russell got a nice bid.
419.25 on a micro MQ long 3.
3 MNQ 21,000.
My stop is 402 right now. Risking
Nice.
$103. Oh, on a brand new express funded account just this morning.
Jared.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, hey, if you're going to do it live, might as well do it big.
Smells like a new car.
If we're
And as I see that kind of 60-40s area, there is a 572 lot sitting right there this morning.
Oh, now you tell me.
I just noticed it.
Sure.
Jared, what price are you long from? We got it up there.
419.25.
419.25. Thank you. Man, they're good back there. That's so nice.
Nice level there.
Nick, I'm kind of feeling like I should move my stop though down to 387.75. That
Let me jump to NQ. Said 387.
Yeah.
I mean, we break 400s. There's a good shot we go retest the overnight low. So
yeah.
you give yourself a little bit of room in case it's just like, hey, we take it out and then we bounce back up. So probably safe spot there, but it could waterfall if it does break that 400 level.
Nope. What I'm going to do is move my stop into profit at 426.75 because I can get back in.
We might have a 1,300 lot here upside in the S&Ps, 602 in the orders.
Ooh, yeah. I'm out. Okay. Hey, are we doing, do we want to do ES or NQ this morning?
Your call.
Whatever you want.
Nick,
whatever your preference is.
I mean, I'm watching both.
Oh,
no,
okay.
nothing jumping out just yet. But yesterday I traded ES. Actually, I've had a pretty good week, and I think all my good trades were on ES. So
there's 1,100 on the offer in the
doing
S&Ps. It's 60.32. 60.02. I'm sorry, 60.02. 75. 100. 1,200 on the offer.
All right, we got to get a little flush, and then we can jump in.
Okay.
Like a flush down to 395 or something like that.
Here's to be real. Still sticking out like a sore thumb. There was another 1,000 lot, right about 98, about 5 minutes ago. So 1,000 lots coming in on the offers in the S&Ps. A little bit selling in the NASDAQ. 21,430. There was a nice little buy, a rally, if you want to call it, overnight. The NASDAQ, call it midnight Central Time. About an hour and a half rally. Rallied about 200 points. Overnight in the
I have
NASDAQ.
a weird suspicion we're going to get a D-Day today.
Oh, boy.
What's a D-Day?
What's a D-Day? Down day?
Oh,
D as in D-shaped profile.
Oh.
Ah.
Very balanced, range bound.
Storming a beach somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it feels.
Mm.
You try things, nothing really works. It's just a mess.
Yes. How'd you trade yesterday, Nick?
I was up 2,500. Took a decent ES short off the first touch at 59.91 ish and covered in like the high 70s. Called it a day.
Well done. Nice trade. One trade, one winner. Well done.
Might have been like 2 trades because I think I took another attempt, but basically scratched it as we kept moving back up. But yeah, that was the good trade. And then once we rejected, we were pretty much off to the races. And then I'm maturing in my trading, where if you see those slow kind of like 2.5 minute candles that just kind of keep drifting up in the afternoon, you're better off just calling it a day versus hate watching it like I used to.
Nick, if you're looking for a range-bound day, wouldn't your hypothesis or your strategy be just to wait for the IB to establish itself and then focus on
at
those
least the
extremes
30-minute
for
opening
entries?
range? At least that. You could wait for IB too, but you kind of want to see. I mean, even now, ES is still sitting in the 5-minute opening range. NQ hasn't been able to pierce back above the 1 minute, but we could do it right now. But yeah, inside the previous day close, not able to kind of burst this to new highs just yet. I mean, we'll see. We could break it right now and break that thesis and go up to 60-30s like I had said when I came on. But even if we tag that, that's the big round strike for options expiration this week at 6,000 SPX. So it's very possible you could get a reoffer up there, and that level may hold at least for the early part of this session. We'll have to see, but it could be a range bound day to the upside like we've kind of saw to the latter half of yesterday.
All right, Jared is flat on that trade.
I have a new short at 487.75.
487.
Order.
I got you. Working offer.
Yeah, working it.
Hey,
And
crude. How about that? Crude beneath $80 a barrel. Trading $78.50.
Partially because it's the March contract now.
Thank you, Hogue. That's right.
It
is the March. Thank you, Hogue. That's 100% right. That's what a trading buddy's for. Yes, it is. Is Feb still trading above $80?
How about that gold, man?
Yeah, gold's on the tear again.
27.47 last trade in the gold.
Yeah, two gaps to the upside in 2 gaps to the upside, 2 days in a row. Opening range, dead ass low of the session today in gold, accelerating to the upside. My question is, where does it get too far? It's too far. What is too much? Where does it have to pull back? Weekly kickoff high is 27.56 in gold.
We got
We
call
do have a
resistance
potential for a failed
27.50.
upside auction here.
Ooh. On gold, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to jump back to S&Ps. You guys keep going with gold.
No, I'm with Hogue. I'm watching the 27.50 level, I think, or 27.55. Either one of those two. I marked a daily for resistance also
Order
at 27.58 too.
Order filled.
1,000 lot up at 6,004, 60.04.
All right, Nick, back to you.
If you're a cran line person, you may note a nice trend line from the S&Ps at the all-time high on the H contract that is basically topping out at that kind of 60-30s kind of spot. So just something to keep in mind. If we start building volume above that, you could see, a breakout of this downtrend that we've kind of been, this little channel. I think if you're a much better technical analyst draw or cran line eater like I am.
Cran line eater.
Cran lines.
Eater.
Well, I eat cran lines because I'm not very good at it. This is not perfectly accurate, but I just drew it real quick. But you get what I'm saying.
I got you 100%. Sellers coming in here. Yeah, we got that 1,000 lot in the S&Ps at 6,004. 1,604, also upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour at Topstep TV. Let's see some battle station picks. Who's got the most screens out there in Topstep TV? I think the most we've seen is about 4 or 5. Let's see if we got any one of those 6 or 7.
I have 5 technically.
There you go. New clubhouse leader, 5. Can anyone beat 5 screens? If you can beat 5 screens, submit those battle station picks to use hashtag power hour at Topstep TV. If you can beat 5 screens,
I feel like you kind of need 5 when you're a trader and you're doing a production like this, like because OBS and stuff like takes up 1 screen, and then you have your charts on 2 screens. You may have a web browser on another, and it's like suddenly you're kind of in that mode.
There you go. Here we go. 8 screens I saw in the chat. All right, if you got to prove it,
Wow.
I got to see it to believe it. You say you got
Send
8.
us a picture.
Hit us up at Topstep TV, hashtag power, hashtag fast markets. John London.
How much have you actually measured your screen real estate?
Well,
In
Good question.
acreages.
We'll do that next week.
John London yesterday with a brand new 49-inch screen. Like, that's a big ass screen, man. That's a TV. That's not a screen. That's a television in your face.
I would add more, but I don't have any like wall space. My walls are like slanted in this little office that I've built, and it doesn't exactly work to go more height. And I've kind of maxed out my width here.
Send Nick for a tick some suggestions on how we can add 2 more screens to his setup.
Yeah,
Again,
I'll share this. I've been meaning to
384.
long at 384.
You long 384s? No, working 384 bit. All right, cool.
Settlement.
Since I moved offices to get away from the nursery, I've been meaning to post the picture. I got to do that.
All right, again, hashtag Power Hour, Nick at Topstep
Blame
TV.
it on the kid. Blame it on the kid. Classic.
Hey, she's sleeping through the night. We're doing something right.
There you
Job.
go.
All right, we're selling coming up to 21,400 in the NASDAQ.
So I got a month ago. I bought one of Dell's brand new 40-inch curves. They just came out. Set it up. I was like, "Oh, these are awesome!" So I turned around, immediately ordered a second one, put it up. Now my 28 inches are tiny.
Do you guys ever feel strain on your eyes from staring at the screens all day?
Oh yeah.
You got to get
That's
the blue
why I wear
blocker
these
glasses like mine.
Yeah.
I know. I've been
UV
told,
blocker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
I feel it when I
missed me by
when I wear my
tick.
glasses because I'm blind. When I wear my glasses, I usually don't notice it, but it's like a full day of staring when I have my contacts in and no blue light glasses. That's when towards the end of the day, I want to like rip my eyes out.
You feel it? Yeah.
They are pretty
50-50
I feel like I'm getting a tan.
Under in a tanning bed.
You ever
Yes.
notice like your face is warm at the end of the day? You're just like kind of like it felt like you got it. Yeah,
Hazards of the
It's got to
job.
be good for you.
sitting in
Yep.
front of radiation all day. Why not?
Just to scratch out a couple tickies. What a job we all picked here, folks. Can't beat it. 21,000. We are beneath the 400s now. Trade 21,387.
Yeah.
How about the ES? 59.87 last trade there. We did see.
Back inside value in the NASDAQ.
I wear a lead vest. Fishing picks.
We got
Saw
an
that.
important level on the NASDAQ at 370. Yeah, 370 also to keep in mind. All right.
Gonna tilt. All right, we did have retail sales earlier this morning. Initial jobless as well. We also had some earnings come out. United Health, BOA, Morgan Stanley. Go figure. All these trading desks of the big banks absolutely crushed it in Q4. Everyone posting record profits. So hopefully we did the same as locals. Anyways, Eddie, what do we have on the rest of the docket today? A whole lot of Fed speakers yesterday. Made it very tricky. We're starting off. Eddie, what do we got on the docket for today?
Well, coming up in about 11 minutes, 7 minutes, I'll give you the 5 minutes. Business inventories month over month for November. We do have our housing market, retail inventories coming up in about 41 minutes. Natural gas and 10 o'clock. Williams back behind the podium. We'll see what Williams has got to say. Remember, he is a voting member. 10:30, we got a 8-week bill auction. High noon today, Atlanta Fed. We've got later on in the afternoon here, Fed balance sheet and the reserve balance with the Federal Reserve banks. That's what we got so far, and that's, I think, going to be it, unless Janet Yellen decides to jump in. But the water's warm, Janet. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. So many Fed speakers yesterday. Where's Jerome? I'm still bitter at Kashkari, Jerome, if you're there today. I'll never forgive him. Never forgive him from yesterday. Oh, shoot. We do have another who's baller.
Got to put a bell on him.
We need a watch page just for the Fed, all the Fed speakers.
So there's Jerome. Still thinking about it. Shout out to Jerome yesterday. Kashkari will never forgive him. Also, Kashkari was supposed to come out and speak at 9 a.m. Central Time. Jerome was eyeing a trade along, and we were waiting. Never Kashkari came out like 45 minutes late. So Jerome just was waiting, never took the trade. That entry he was thinking about taking would have been a nice winner. Finally, we get in. Thinking Kashkari ain't going to speak. He gets in. Kashkari starts speaking 45 minutes later and turns the market around on him. And
classic.
And if you didn't, yep.
Oh. We had that same situation earlier in the week.
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
Speaker not coming on here, and
they come on.
All of a sudden, they show up.
Yeah, then they ruin it for everybody.
And they blame Uber.
Also, pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open or even overlaid on your charts if you'd like on Topstep X. Definitely have a little real estate on the screen for that. Let's take a look at them right now. 59.84.
There's some spot on levels. I mean, just showed it up on my screen there and like tick.
There you go.
Tick at 427.
Yo.
It's not bad.
59.82 last trade. In the S&Ps, that takes us into zone 2 right now. Zone 2 on Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those up. And we did have 1,000 lot up to 6,004. It's still up there, folks, just hanging out naked on an island all by itself. You've got level 2 data, which highly recommend.
Wilson.
1,000 lot came down. It just came. Oh, we got a couple thousand lots now. We got 1,300 lot at 59.89 quarter, and we got 1,000 lot to the upside. All right, we're starting to see some size come in here in the S&Ps. This 1,300 lot just popped in at 59.89 quarter. All right, a couple thousand lots on the offers. Interesting. Okay. 59.89 quarter. 1,000 offered there.
Kind of interesting in the S&Ps. I mean, Delta is positive 350.
Plus 350? Okay.
Plus 350, plus 400 now.
Hoops and the spoofers.
Minus 1,600.
1,600, okay. What did we see yesterday?
Yeah, I think. Jared, I think if we can reject value from yesterday, I think you're going to be
guy's going to get eaten
pretty in those longs.
Yeah, Hoop. I think they're going to get filled, man. Yeah,
yep,
those got gobbled up.
That got filled.
Upside, that 1,000 lots filled, yeah. I still got the...
Order
yeah, it did.
04's got
all of a
pulled.
sudden, Delta's positive 2,000.
There you go.
You might get run over here.
There you go.
Let's see.
All right, 04's got pulled to the upside. That's okay.
Well,
never mind. That also you see Delta jump by 2,000. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. But yeah, Hoop, you were right on the 6,004s. That got pulled. So
now is he trying to iceberg that massive order anyway?
I swear they were trying to iceberg 6,000s on the close yesterday. It looks like overnight we did trade 60 17s. Claude in the chat says, hit the damn like button, folks. Come on. I agree, Claude. Thank you for doing my work around here. Click like, click subscribe. Give us a follow.
So much aggression.
Yeah. Come on, he says, Claude. I'm with you. But he gave the thumbs up. He did give the thumbs up. Oh, just lucky us. What does iceberg mean? We will. I got just the guy for you to show you what iceberg means. We'll do that a little bit later. We'll do that later. Save that question for later. If you can remember, we'll give you, just the guy to give the perfect example of what iceberg means. He might even be on screen right now. There he is.
Yeah.
Dr. Rahman says short around 442. Oh, that'll work nicely. Who's about to get his paper out? Adam M. Adam M. must have seen it before. It is the best explanation. But remind us a little bit later in the day. We got some numbers coming out in about 6 minutes. Also, VIP.
I don't like this fact that it seems like we're stuck at the bottom and we can't bounce out of it.
What does that feel like to you? Does it feel like the market's getting heavy, Jared?
Yeah, it feels like every time price goes up, someone just is selling it.
Well, 400 here is a very important level. It's value high from yesterday. We start showing acceptance below that level. especially with the opening range at the dead ass high of the day. I'm cautious being longs. I like your long, but we need to reject here. We need to reject 400.
Yeah, we're not
back to
doing
the upside
that.
for this to go well.
Feel like I'm being blind right now.
Order
Like I'm
filled.
not. I'm trading because I want it to be a certain way, not because what I see.
Huh.
And the short was up here on this imbalance at 500. And if I was short, I'd be really happy.
Mm-hmm.
But I missed that short. So then in my mind, I forced a long. When really I should have been looking to get short. That's if I just step away and say,
5 minutes
okay,
remaining.
what should you be doing if you didn't have a trade on? I'm wondering
Ooh.
if I'm letting the trade influence my mental state, my plan.
At least you're aware of it. It'd be even worse if you weren't aware of it.
I was hoping some wise trader like Hogue or Nick would say, yes, Jared, that's what you're doing.
Where are you guys at?
It's hard to know inside your head. And you're really good about just kind of talking about it like kind of stream of consciousness. But it's you're the only one that can decipher that. Now, this is an important level. I don't disagree with what you're doing here, but I want to see, like you're saying, it feels like we're just kind of hanging here. That bothers me for longs. We get, we reestablish acceptance of value from yesterday. This could be a decent short. It's just an important level, and I think you're playing too much with your head. You've chosen the opportunity. You've established your risk. It's not like it's going to be your last trade ever. And there is no certainty. If you're seeking certainty, you're in the wrong place.
I was listening to your conversation with Fatima. Yes.
Yeah, Fatima,
and,
yes.
Yes. And it rang true on so many levels, and we might chat about it a little later as the markets slow down. Just had some thoughts and comments on that kind of rang true for me. And recently, changing, I think there's two things. One, we learn something new about the market or our strategy, and it kind of shakes everything up. And so then we start doubting what we did know because we learned something new. And it's probably a good thing that we learned it, but now there's new information and we just don't know how to sort it, and we got to work it out. We got to practice it. And then the second thing is when we take a loss or a significant losing account or something like that, whether we know it or not, we basically doubt again everything that we knew, and we have to reestablish our strategy. We have to reestablish our plan, and whether we know it or not, subconsciously we're doing it. And so what are the steps that we can take to reestablish that? Because we were so tempted to change it. Oh, I got burnt. Well, I'll never do that again or whatever. And it's like, no, you got burnt because probably you doubted or didn't stick with your strategy in the first place that got you there. And then you start doubting it or changing it. So anyway, more about that later.
It's all about trust, man. All about trust.
Got about a minute and a half here. Business inventories. It's up. Housing market. So heads up.
Eddie, how do you feel?
Thanks, Eddie.
You think I should be ducking and running?
No reason to duck and run. I mean, but just sit back and, like they say, let the market come to you. Yeah, never run away. Build that confidence, my friend.
That's right. I did want to mention, it does look like Waller will be speaking on CNBC here shortly. It's not on the schedule, but they did just run a little promo. Waller will be speaking on CNBC.
Oh.
So far, Mr.
My
Thousand
friend Russell taking a dump
smart
here.
Big dump
in the Russell.
Number.
Man, coming up here in about 40 seconds.
Yes, new lows. That's right, Hoop.
I went short because 410 has rejected, and to me it's showing as a wall. And right now, yes, I'm picking the bottom, but there's orders down below, and I am ignoring the chart and doing what I want to do, not what the chart is telling, what the market data is telling me.
You got the opening range of the dead ass high of the day. We're now back in value from yesterday and showing signs of acceptance as far as momentum and tempo is concerned. I like the short.
What price you short from, Jared?
380 quarter.
Thank you.
We hold below 400. I think you're going to get races.
Yes.
And coming in here, we've got it coming in here. 47 versus the 45s for housing, and our business inventory is coming in at 0.1% as expected. So good job on that. Prior was 0.1%, so that was an easy one. Next number coming out here, we got nat gas coming up here in about a half an hour. Back to you, Andre.
All right, thank you. All right, we got a VIP. We got Coach Ray, Mindset Hunters. There he is, raising the roof in the green room there. Yeah. Good to see JD is back, hopefully back to near 100%. Again, Chicago, something nasty going around the city. Everyone's getting sick around here, but looks like JD's back.
Yeah, you get that drinking old style.
Remember that?
God.
Might be something to that.
We have video to prove it.
We do have video to prove it. I think we'll run some of that from about a week from today.
What was that for Delta on NQ and ES?
Still selling off here.
Delta negative 2,600 in the NASDAQ, negative 2,100 in the S&Ps. We're congruent with direction. We've got the opening range of the dead ass high. We're back in value. We're racing good tempo through value yesterday in the NASDAQ. Let's see where we're at here.
New lows in Russell.
Point of control, 326. 21,326 is TPO point of control. Value low from yesterday, 21,266.
266. All right. Well, as you sellers come in, hey, you guys, if you do take a trade, by all means, jump on in and let us know. Right now, let's do, this might be his last coach drop-in before the new VIP season 2 starts here in a couple weeks on Topstep. Yeah, let's get right into it. JD, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
What is up? Guys? How are we doing?
Oh,
yeah, you're right.
Right.
This will be Coach Ray's last drop, and tomorrow is the very last day for the VIP experience here.
Wow.
First cohort of the VIP experience ends tomorrow. If you are not in a fund level account by the end of the day tomorrow, it's over for you. Sorry, guys. But Coach Ray, what's happening, my man?
Not too much. Just kind of starting off the new year right. Kind of easing my way into the markets, easing my way into the year.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good. Is this
there was such
you practice the same type of you practice the same type of coaching style with your students? If you guys didn't know, Coach Ray is a math teacher. He's a school teacher.
Yeah.
What's the difference between what you're?
We try. Yes. Some are more receptive than others. Let's say that.
I understand that. Yes, I definitely understand that.
At the end of the day, we're dealing with high school. At the end of the day, we're dealing with high school students, right? And
you're a high school teacher.
At an age where they think they know all, right? So,
gotcha. High school, Ray. I don't know why, but I thought you were teaching like junior high math, but it is indeed high school. Excellent. That's good to know. All right, guys, let's pull up the overall leaderboard for the Topstep VIP experience. There are the Mindset Hunters, started with 54, 22 traders in active combines. I apologize, 22 traders finished, 5 traders in active combines, 3 current open XFAs. Coach Ray, you got 5 traders in combines right now, a total of 29 traders still eligible for funding. This being the second to last day, taking into account they can't have more than 50% of a winning day. One winning day can't be more than 50% of your profits in order to get into the funded level account. So these traders that are hitting their
working on our direction, obviously we want to stay within our consistency rule, right? But we have to kind of basically been telling them we have to kind of take some chances. I think in some of these trades.
The gloves.
We go out fighting, right? We go out swinging, so to speak. So
Yeah, the gloves are off right
Order
now.
filled.
You've only got
Yeah,
a couple
exactly.
chances left.
Order
This is
filled.
exactly.
everything that we've taught you the last 6 months. Just throw it out the window today and tomorrow, right? This is go time.
Yeah, it's definitely go time. I don't know if they necessarily want to throw everything out the window, but definitely go time.
Keep the good stuff, but yeah.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
talk a lot about not shooting from the hip, but if there was ever a time to do it,
Yeah,
this might be it for those
now's
29
the time.
traders,
Now's
right?
the time. It's go time, right? So
It's go time. Let's take a look at Coach Ray's top 5 mindset hunters.
yeah,
We got some new names. We got a couple traders, new to their XFAs. Matuja's been around for a while. Thanacorn, Ashley's also been around for a while. Thomas and Richard. So Thomas and Richard making their way up the list. 1 day left. Richard's almost halfway there. Thomas is about $2,000 away, $2,100 away.
still within reach. Still within reach.
And you got a couple more traders that are getting real close. Also, this is I should have done the top 5 trading combine instead of the top 5, including SFA, but live and learn, right? So you've got a couple more traders getting real close to passing these trading combines, also. So
Excellent.
win rates, average trade durations. These are the kind of things that normally we look to when we're seeking evidence of trading consistency. But again, 2 days left. By the end of the day tomorrow, if you are not in that funded level account, the VIP experience is over for you. So these guys, Thomas P. got to make about $2,200. Richard got to make about $3,000. Maybe size up a little.
Yeah.
Maybe not taking those A+ setups every time, not waiting for the excellent setups, but just getting in the market and sort of point clicking and praying. I hate to say it, but this is what you got to do right now. This is
Well, I mean, it's like I said, who's that? Yogi Berra says, what was it? The game's not over until the fat lady sings, right? I don't hear anybody singing just yet, right? So we're gonna go. Like I said, we're gonna take off our gloves and go out swinging.
Yep. We got 2 more closing bells. All right, we got a trading card for Thanacorn there. The most recent trader.
Mm-hmm.
Get into the funnel level account. It's been in this account for 7 days now, 7 trading days, only 1 losing day out of those 7, and took a payout, nice $625 payout on Tuesday.
Oh, excellent!
It is an excellent way to go into the last week of the VIP experience.
Yeah.
But Thanacorn's building up a nice little account balance. He's going to likely be sticking around for a couple more weeks at least, I want to say. This trade report looks real good. Average daily P&L, $234.
Yeah.
Average winning trade, losing trade, pretty even.
Yeah,
even
I just like
reward.
to see. Yeah, I just like to see if we can get that average winner to be a little bit bigger spread, and then see that we can get that reward to risk up a little bit away from 1-to-1 and get it up to at least 1.5. That would be excellent. But yeah, good stuff.
Yep. Thanacorn's making all the right moves. Not trying to hit home runs, making an average, $235 a day. It's pretty good. 16, 17 trades a day. All right, Coach Ray, one more time before we let you get back to school. What are you telling the mindset owners? What's it going to be today? Are you going to meet them today? Are you guys going to?
Yeah, well, I've been kind of reaching out to folks. I mean, trying to get some folks here to kind of on the. So we're going to be focused in on those that are close. Obviously, we want to get those guys over the finish line. And we'll see if we can get set up a call here today and see what we can do to get these guys over the finish line.
Excellent. All you mindset owners out there, get in that Discord channel and listen to what Coach Ray has to say today. You got 1 day
definitely.
left.
Yes.
After the bell tomorrow, it's over, folks. And that goes for all the VIP traders. You got 2 bells left, 2 closing bells left to get into that XFA. Get it done, folks. All right, Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. That's your VIP drop.
Yeah, let's go raise the roof here, guys. Let's go for it.
Ray, go. Ray. That should be your new team name.
Yes.
Raising the roof.
Rally hats. Let's go. We got to go. We got to do this.
Excellent.
All right.
All right, Coach Ray, get back to school. We got markets moving right now. NQ just caught a nice bid.
Yes, it did.
Guys, what's going on? Who's in the trade right now?
Well, we got Waller speaking here and talking about he doesn't think March can be ruled out as a rate cut. Also, the hot biscuit out of the oven. if numbers continue like this, it's reasonable to think that rate cuts could come in first half of the year. So that's some of the hot biscuits that Waller is spewing here right now.
No wonder.
Eyes on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Sure,
Yeah.
Waller's not a dissenter.
No,
Yeah, not on the list here, but decides to speak.
No wonder.
Yeah. These unscheduled CNBC appearances always put me on.
Here's another hot
Catered perfectly to their audience.
Yes, they do.
Jesus.
He said 3 or 4 cuts could be possible this year if data cooperates. There you go, 3 or 4.
Well, that does it for the shorts.
Yes, it does. Mission accomplished again, to quote Nick.
Yeah, there was an easy long once the overnight low sweep that we were talking about when we came on NQ around 350s.
Dang.
I tried to get filled with the limit order. It didn't happen.
There we go.
Jared, how did you come out on that short?
Too slow. Should have taken profit more quickly.
You start talking, anything can happen. ACH, man, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
They love making a liar out of us.
Surprise, surprise.
A little bit of a pop
So
there.
far, VWAP and previous day close holding. So we, as Hogue was saying, are still for the moment holding inside yesterday's range.
Mm-hmm.
I am short at 416 quarter.
416 quarter.
We'll see. My book map's
short.
messing up this morning for me, so it's lagging and throwing me off.
Jared short from 21,416 quarter, 416.25.
Trish Trader, ACH is anything can happen.
That's
Anything
right.
can happen.
Anything will.
Crude selling off. Crude, this again is the March contract, $78.16. Gold creeping higher here. How did in gold? 27.50.
Above IB high.
Short from 416. Jared short from 416. Micros, correct, Jared?
Yeah. I'm looking where I can add on.
Dang, that same 91 spot on ES yesterday that I short would have worked again on that rebid or reoffer, excuse me.
59.91.
Maybe.
We're in the clear now. We got net gas at the bottom of the hour.
Maybe if it gets below 360, I can add.
360s. Okay.
Overnight low.
Mm-hmm.
S&Ps. Chopping.
There were some
Crude selling.
people, unlike Nick, that caught the bottom. And so their stops are in there.
Value acceptance does state, upon acceptance of previous value, the value area low from the previous day is a probable target at some point during that session. Not right now.
So patience is what you're saying?
Patience
indeed. Right,
that was not my middle name. My
Was
mom
it?
messed up. No, she messed up, didn't she?
Thanks, Mom. Good job.
Yeah.
59.82 last trade in the ES.
So my parents couldn't decide what middle name to give me. So they just put L down.
I like
Do
that.
with that as you please.
59.80s last trade. S&Ps, NASDAQ selling off smidge.
Right.
Poindexter. I don't know, Jones. 43.
Goodness.
43,000 350 last trade in the Dow. Mark is trying to figure out what to do if Waller still is speaking.
He won't shut up.
No.
Well, he's talking about the tariffs here right now.
They've all been talking about tariffs this week.
Biscuits are coming out of the oven, but they're not the hot ones. Says that he might be more optimistic on inflation than the rest of his colleagues.
All right, looks like he has concluded.
That's why he sits by himself at home on Friday nights.
So many orders coming in there. At
The seller's maybe about to get
smushed.
Yeah, they just clobbered it right there at that 370.
Profit take profit right now.
Overnight low.
Can't pick
They
direction.
could be in trouble.
Crude picking a little bit of a direction here. Downside now beneath $78. Oh, right at 78 evens. Low overnight in the crude $77.76.
You know, Andre, the tilt's been pretty tame this morning.
Has it? Yeah, I'm looking right now. Nothing's really sticking out.
No.
It's 65% short, yeah, in the ES. Bit of a quiet morning so far. It can change in a moment's notice, though. Market will pick a direction here. We got a 500 lot in the S&Ps on 59.81 bid. And
there it goes.
It's pretty heavy on the downside to the ES. There's a lot more 100 lots, 300 lots on the downside than the upside that I see.
Yes, there is. Again, we had 1,000 lot for the 59.89 quarter. And S&Ps.
79 for 1,000. 79 quarter in the
Oh, yeah.
S&Ps.
Another one just came in. Look at these 1,000.
You're right,
Interesting.
RW.
It's a nice. It's about
Andre could moderate an NFL game. I agree.
Better than Tony.
Wow. No love for Tony Romo?
Mm.
What about Tom Brady? You think Tom Brady's any good?
He's now my evil nemesis. He's a Raider now. He's a Raider. Part owner of that team. He's trying to steal our coach from Detroit. Not liking him.
Might very well do it.
Is Jerry going to hire Coach Prime is the question.
That would be hilarious. I hope get your popcorn. Yeah, absolutely. That would be amazing. I'll come. He lives out in the Dallas area, Coach Prime.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Cowboy.
It's 1,000 lots, 79 and a quarter on 1,000 for 1,000. That's just gonna be a 10-point scalp 1,000 times. Then sell you 89s, buy you 79s, 1,000 times. Not bad.
This is just volatile chop.
Mm-hmm.
We need a direction here, folks.
Back up to these 89s. $21,400. There you go, Rusty Golfer's been to Prime's house. How about that in Frisco? Where's Frisco, Nick?
A little bit north. That's where the Cowboys HQ is.
There you go.
30 plus minutes north of me. It's nice. It's a booming suburb.
I was talking to Green with Nick for Tick. I'm fascinated by Texas. I'm watching this show, Landman. Fascinated by Texas. I'm learning everything I need to know about Texas through this show, whether it's accurate or not.
West Texas is the zone animal.
Is it? Yeah, it looks like it, man. No. West Texas looks wild. 21,400. Hey, crude staying beneath $78. A couple pennies beneath. Got Nick asked about in the hour. We got some P&Ls.
How many towns do you think are in the U.S. named Fresno? What's your guess?
You know the answer?
No idea.
No idea. I know
like
2.
Springfield's number 1, right?
We have one here in Illinois.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I think every state has a Springfield, if not more.
Well, how many Fresnos? Here we go. We got some Fresnos in the house. 5. Oh God, look at this chat.
46.
What? Top 5 P&Ls. Interesting to see. I know what number 1 P&L is going to be yesterday. Francisco, I'm guessing, is number 1.
Back to VWAP. Back to IB high from yesterday. Back to value high.
All right, JD, come on in. Markets aren't doing a whole heck of a lot. They are range bound. Don't not say it's a bad trade right now. It's just a range bound trade. For a lot of people, it makes ranges are uncomfortable trades.
There have been a couple opportunities both ways so far, but nothing that like I'm now sitting like kicking myself for not taking because it is so range bound.
And I'm over here, this newbie, like buy, sell, buy, sell.
I like it. All right, JD, come on in. Let's see. JD, let's check out some of these P&Ls.
I'm here.
Yesterday, live P&Ls. Gotta be
question though. Am I the only guy here that thinks Tony Romo is a good football announcer?
I don't think he's bad either.
Call a game.
No, I'm a fan.
He reminds me of like Steve Stone calling a baseball game. He knows the play before it's going to happen. I think
that's a good thing. Yeah.
Also, putting with Jim Nance is just a good decision.
Thank you. I like him. Jared just hating on Romo.
I mute my TV most of the time when I'm watching the game.
I like it.
All right, guys. Here are your top 5 live P&Ls from yesterday. Andre, you were pretty close on the name. It is. What just happened?
Francisco? Oh, wait, what is that? Someone hit.
Whoa, what is that?
Someone hit the wrong button.
Oh, God.
Somebody hit the wrong button, guys. My apologies there.
Thought we banned that button.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
It should be banned. Hey, guys in the back, get that button out of there. All right, Fernando V.
Look at these numbers.
$55,000 trade in the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Fernando. Kai Chun, another familiar name. He's turned into a household name around here. 32,433 trade in the NASDAQ. Jennifer, mixing it up a little, trading the ES and the NQ, made $1,045 trading the ES and $12,200 trading the NQ. $13,248 in total profits for Jennifer. Jamal, also spreading it around a little bit, made $5,100 trading the NQ and almost $7,300 trading the ES. $12,402 in total profits for Jamal. And then finally, Stephanie, trading the NASDAQ, $11,082 in total profits for Stephanie. Those are all live, funded P&Ls from yesterday. Thank you, Eddie. That's what you got.
Good stuff, JD.
Thank you.
Fernando, not Francisco. Starting to see some big live P&Ls getting put up. 2025 so far. Good to see. This market has been tricky to say the least. Good job, Nick, for a tick, making some profits, getting in, getting out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that's my style. I'm just not. You're probably never going to see me with a $50,000 day.
Yeah,
just not the way I day trade my live account. It's just not.
Don't you feel like less of a man for it?
No, I'm very happy trading the way I trade, making the money I make, and calling it a day, and not sleeping 8 hours a night.
Oh,
well done, Nick.
Smart man.
Who wants to get a good night of sleep, having a good day the day before, and then throw on a 5 lot before CPI and hoping for the best?
I think there was that had a little bit to do with it. They caught the move to the upside of CPI.
Yeah. Could have been ugly the other way.
One with a few lotto tickets that I bought before the close on Monday, but I mean, that's capped risk. I'm not waiting for $20,000 in slippage.
What was the jackpot?
The jackpot was a couple thousand. I was only holding a few.
Okay, there you go.
But yeah, so 30, 40 cents to a couple grand, that ain't bad.
Dan, I know the accounts definitely blew up yesterday too. 100% Dan Evans. Zero sum game. For every winner, there's a loser.
Once again, just watching the NASDAQ, I remind myself of why I don't trade it.
What'd you see there, Hogue?
It's just crazy. It's just
Yeah.
maybe it's the current situation, but
If you trade the overnight session, be like after midnight or so, you still get a nice 100, 200 handle swing usually, often, but it's slower and it's more methodical. But I like sleeping too.
yeah.
5 minutes remaining.
There's a maturity in trading too of just I don't want to be worrying about positions that are oversized in theory that can, ruin my next day while I am sleeping, or even at the end of the night when I don't want to be staring at my phone because I've got a position on even with stops.
It's real, Nick. It's definitely real.
And if you think farther out, you're like, is this what I want to do for the next 5 years? Like, be tied to that? Like, no.
It's one thing if you're doing like you took the gold breakout trade, not gold, well, I guess gold too, but like you were long oil at like 72 with a couple micros or something, and you got your stops in place, and you're kind of letting it ride for a decent swing over a few days, weeks, whatever it is. Sure. That's a little different than throwing on a 3-lot in NQ with a 20, 30 point stop in the overnight and then trying to go to sleep. You'll be looking at your phone.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a nat gas number coming up in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
They're looking at 259 billion cubic feet.
So, Nick, how does
bigger
that
drop than what they had prior?
Yesterday we had a miss. Yeah, yesterday. So, Nick, how does that compare to slapping on trades while you're in the TSA line at the airport?
I mean, that's okay. We're also talking. I said Nick has matured in his trading a little bit. That was a year ago. I was still navigating the full-time trader lifestyle going forward. And hey, when the VIX is up, when there's volatility, I may slap on a trade or two. Andrew's going to give me shit, but hey, we've all done it. I'm guilty of being an idiot sometimes.
I can't blame him, man. When the VIX is real, the VIX is real.
I mean, look, the last few days until yesterday, it was been a very good two-way trade, and that's when I make money. When we're trading both sides of the tape, I tend to do very well. When we slow grind in July, and there is no rotation except slowly to the upside, you just have to kind of get along with it. Is when I struggle. It's just not the type of trader I am, I guess.
Know thyself. And oil keeps pushing. I got oil front month now. March contract. $78.77, 76 cents. Got nat gas coming at the bottom of the hour. Euro close.
McNasty, no, it was a loser. The TSA line trade last Christmas was a loser and a large loser. Nick was buying the dip and it kept on dipping.
Christmas Eve.
Yes, it was. The violent half day.
That's a good maturation lesson there, I guess, huh?
Mm-hmm. Don't trade in the TSA line.
On Christmas Eve.
Actually, remember, this was 2023, Nick. That was actually a really ugly. That was an ugly
Tesla
Christmas
was down to like 99 and a quarter.
I remember that. Markets were getting hammered
Yeah. Every time we get down to this 370 level, icebergs go off, buy sweeps go off. It just keeps it stuck, pinned.
Filled. 370s. All right. Well, we're trading 370 right now.
Yeah.
Markets are in a holding pattern for time being. Nothing on the tilt.
Gold made a new high.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, it did.
27.51 and 40 cents.
Crude hitting the skids.
It's been on a long run. It's due for some profit taking.
I'm hawking gold for that as well.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking in gold? Hawking trades in gold. Like, what were you looking for? Certain price levels, certain Price
Well,
action.
weekly kickoff highs 27.56.
Okay.
So we're
The
getting
only
pretty
thing
close to that.
about the gold short, if you were to try to short it, is I think the dollar's going to take a breather.
It could use one.
Or
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, if you look at the weekly on the dollar, it's coming into some very important levels. And on the daily, the candle that we got 2 days ago was Gravestone Doji, I think. And had very long wick, no body. And then the next day was a closed lower. So, I wouldn't want to be long if I was doing
Hey,
a
real
swing
quick
trade.
here, we had our natural gas coming in at 258 billion cubic feet on the negative. So pretty much they hit the target on that one for you natural gas traders. Coming up next here, we got our 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, markets. Yeah, I got a guy in the gold. 27.50.
Andre, you had to say you had a feeling today might be a slow day in the markets before we came on air. You just had to speak that in the universe.
I saw it coming. I just should have kept it to myself.
Yep.
I saw it coming. 27.50 in the gold. Crude
Really
still
wish
solid.
I was in an oil short right now.
Yeah. $77.63.
Probably everybody in chat got the short.
Did they? Chad, if you got the short crude, give a thumbs up. Bye-bye, crude. Hoop says bye-bye.
We talked about the breakout on Sunday. Once again, if you're not catching my show, there's some decent nuggets in there. And we just kind of will set up for the week. We had talked about if you had gotten long crude, you should be peeling off the core of your position, the 78, 78.50s, and holding runners for 80s. And I think you would have gotten that full rotation and you could be out of the trade. Just some ideas.
Weekly kickoff.
Only if you want to make some money. I mean, if you want to just gamble, then don't listen.
Hold it for Valhalla.
All right, we passed about an hour. Got an hour left till Euro close. After Europe closed yesterday, we did rock and roll a little bit after Europe closed. So we will see. Right now, markets.
We're coming up to a big level on oil at that 77, 50 something. Yeah, 77.50.
Is not leaky. 77.68 last trade into crude. Good patience.
Well, Hogue, I'll write this down for the journal. I'm sticking this 373 long, and I'm going to hold it for a while instead of take profits. We'll see how this works in my favor. But there's orders above, and that's my justification for this. And hopefully that's not just wishful thinking. But I see...
You're seeing that on Bookmap?
Yeah, I see this here in the DOM. We got some at 410. What do we got here?
Order
415.
You're trading micros. Are you looking at micros?
420. Good point.
Order filled.
In the micro DOM, yes, here on Topstep X, I see that there. But on the minis,
came right back
430, 440.
It did. Just lead balloon.
Yep, I was wrong. Should have taken profit.
Led Zeppelin.
77.
Going to break down.
Look at that.
Yeah,
We're going to try. $77.64 in the crude. Only market's really kind of moving. Again, buyers did kind of try to sneak it up, and we dropped about 30, 40 points right there in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ very thin on the ladder. S&P's thin on the ladder as well. Did see some 1,000 lots coming in earlier today.
So far, the zero DTE degens are saying range day between 5950s and 5900 on SPX. So potentially a little lower, but looks like it's pretty much wedged between those two large strikes as far as options activity.
Zero DTE degens. I like it.
Yep. I'm a fan. I've joined their club the last, as the VIX has been higher, because we've been getting decent rotations where you can hold an option for 10 minutes and make a decent profit because we've been moving so much.
Playing the vol.
Yeah, premium sellers I would say got killed until yesterday.
It's a dangerous game.
Powell's burner account. Who's short?
Powell's burner account.
Powell's burner account. Get out of that short. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a test here. James, we got a little test. Again, on Monday, it is the inauguration, presidential inauguration. Also is a shortened trading day. So we're kind of going to do a first here on Topstep TV.
That's right.
We're going to do a little bit of a test here. So James, the man behind the curtain. James, let's talk it out right here. Mark, start moving.
All right.
Let's talk it out. What do we want to do?
So when I was a teenager, I ruined so many of my family computers with viruses by downloading things I shouldn't have, but that helped me learn how to be better at working computers. The same logic applies today. I'm going to introduce something that may in fact break the stream. So we may have to restart. If you're on air, stand by. If everything freezes, you'll know, and we'll quickly regroup and get us back together. But the point, hold on, no chat, no. Yes, LimeWire, no to what you think it is. It was just anime music videos, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, we are going to cover the inauguration. Yeah, just one Creed song. I don't know how it happened, Mom. I didn't download it. On Monday, we want to cover the inauguration. So we are going to be broadcasting it in. We have a subscription through Reuters, which allows us to broadcast anything they have, essentially. Like, for example, the International Space Station spacewalk that you see in your lower right-hand corner.
Ooh, it's working.
And we can blow it up a little bigger.
That.
It won't be completely full screen. They do want us to make sure we do not obscure their logo up top. So I make NASA, all rights to NASA, purely for educational purposes. This is live. This is happening if you look up.
Cool.
They're really doing this in space as we speak?
Yes. They're really doing this as we speak, and it has audio. So let's see.
Oh.
I see levels bouncing, but
after some discussion, we see that you're unable to really turn those bolts that last little turn with the.
Who's laughing now, Mom?
So, judgment here, we want you to be very light on the ratchet handle itself to try to get those bolts flush, but there is increased
Be very careful
to breaking the bolt. So very light, and if you think it in your judgment, it's
working. Which way do you turn the screw? Lefty loosey,
righty tighty, lefty.
And so it'll continue to play in the bottom. I can turn the volume down some.
All right, James. I think
that's pretty cool.
All right, so,
James, did we pass
well,
the test?
this. I've had this loaded before we went live. So now here's their test.
Oh no! Okay.
We are going to change it behind the scenes. I'm going to try and replace this with something else, and that is where the program might freeze. Usually, when I try and replace it, no bueno. So I'll be right back. Either we're going to end and we'll see you in the next stream, or I'll be back with the next feed. So give me just a couple seconds.
Okay, thank you. Man, I don't correct me if I'm wrong. It looked like the Earth was round in that picture. I don't know how they did that.
Ooh, here we go.
That thing looked round to me. I don't know. Is that what it was? Okay.
It's all green screen.
It looked
Stanley Kubrick magic.
Someone in the chat said filmed at a studio in Nevada. So
I knew it. Damn it! I knew it.
I knew James was playing with us.
Conspiracy Twitter is going to be so mad that we just showed that.
Yeah, they are.
Let's go.
All right.
Go fly. Guidance, go.
All right. Back in this range. In the S&Ps. S&P is about an 8-9 point range here, 59.90, upper end of the range if you look at the 5-minute chart. on the S&Ps. Look at the NASDAQ, upper in the 5-minute range on the old NAS, 21,408.
So I'm holding for a while the last 3 ranges, 100 tick ranges or 100 ranges. We're all positive delta for those. So
Apple's getting crushed.
Yes, I keep hoping for higher prices. Can I do that? Is that allowed?
You can, yes, but it is not a strategy. Overall delta is negative in the NASDAQ, 1,800. Interesting.
I want that
That's
to
a lot of thinking.
unwind. Look at that thing come back on me.
Nice, James. Got a double thumbs up. Double thumbs up from the boss back there. It worked. Stay tuned on Monday. We'll be having some fun with it, everyone. We'll be having some fun with it.
All right, we're still going. Here's just the proof.
Look at
Completely
that.
different feed.
Well, this is the Treasury Secretary confirmation hearing, I believe.
It sure is. And if we
representing U.S. interests before foreign nations and global financial markets and organizations,
robot
managing
voice.
the federal treasury
Someone
and
tell 'em.
overseeing financial institutions, to name just a few of the responsibilities.
You hear 2 voices.
All right.
Thumbs up, James? Clear for takeoff?
Thumbs up.
Yeah, how about that?
Topstep TV bringing you the inauguration on Monday.
It's fun. Yeah, it's a shortened trading day. Markets aren't expected to do too much, so why not watch this country? Why not watch the peaceful transition of power in the United States? 59.82 last trade in the ES.
Just one extreme to the other, top to bottom, bottom to top, top to bottom, bottom to top.
Limit orders fail me again. Try to do 90-50s.
Who's playing the ranges?
Faster.
Yeah, I was waiting, watching, seeing if we were going to pierce above it, and then it never came back and tagged me. So,
who's playing Barcodeville? It is Barcodeville. That's okay.
It is 100%.
Remote patient, you get it. 21,366. Who's playing these ranges? Yeah, Dolby. This is like Dolby time special, bread and butter. This is a hanging curveball. He's just going to hit out of the park, man. We're at the lower end right now. You're not looking for home runs. You're looking to try to squeeze $200, $300 out of these trades. These ain't home run trades, but off 2 or 3 of them. You're up $600 on the day. Low volatility day. Call it a day. You're up. Probably ahead of the rest of the pack. What we got on the list?
Well,
everyone flat right now? Jared, are you flat?
Flat as a pancake.
Flat as the earth, you meant to say?
better be careful, Andre. Next, the birds aren't real people are going to come for us.
I love those people. 21,360.
I need a strategy for today. I need someone to tell me a strategy. I got no strategy.
Extremes.
Touch grass.
No hoping.
Touch grass.
59.82. Last trade in the S&Ps.
You're right, back.
Thank you. Later, Hogue. Hogue's going to be back. Hogue on opening call this morning. What's more real, the VIX or birds? Great question in the poll.
That is a great.
Nick, you go first.
Well, currently birds are more real, despite the fact that they may not be real at all. Just mass surveillance.
I love it. Just some government surveillance, indeed. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, go check out Birds Aren't Real. They're pulling
one of the dumbest, funniest conspiracies that
pulling
exists.
off quite the heist over there. It's pretty funny. Looking at crude, about 20 cents, 18 cents off the lows, $77.72.
I've never seen a baby pitching.
It's fact. Fact. That got Nick good. Nick went off screen for a second on that one.
That was funny.
Smart cities are real. 27.48 last trade in the gold. All right. New 5-minute candle just popped up here. Quarter till the top of the hour. Let's see what they want to do. Lower end of the range. I mean, we'll have Dolby on here in a little bit. Dolby break down how he would trade a range like this. But like Jared said, give me a strategy. Give me a strategy. You know, got to adapt.
Something that's been tested that says, okay, this is a 30% probability, and your range is, 40 ticks, 20 ticks, whatever that is. I think the other thing too is on range type of trades, you can't wait for confirmation. You got to go ahead and take the trade, and then be willing to be, kill the trade the moment that it's wrong.
There you go. Dolby, very concise. Draw a box, buy the lows, and sell the highs.
Draw a box, profit.
Yeah. We can get Dolby in here. We can get Dolby in here real quick. Quick lesson on what he's seeing in something like this.
How is or did he disappear?
He'll be
Were
back.
we losing delta or gaining delta?
Coach Jay's here.
All right.
What was it before he dropped? What was it before he dropped off? Real quick, do you remember, Jared?
No, I don't.
I think it was negative.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I know that much.
$21,373. Look at the 5-minute. It is a barcode. This is pretty much textbook barcode. There are some wicks. Let me get you a little gun chip. Coach Jay, pretty much flat. Thank you, Coach Jay. We got to make sure to check out Coach Jay at the buzzer after Power Hour. Make sure to check out Nick for a Tick weekly kickoff on Sundays. $21,360. See if we get that box. This is the moment
I don't care
of
what
truth.
happens. Let's break this little range we're in right now.
What is your hesitancy to trade ranges, Nick, for a tick? Why are you adverse? I don't want you to change. I just say, what isn't appealing about it, or what is your? Are you hesitant to perhaps dip a toe in the water for something like this? You're a very patient trader, so I'd like to get your thoughts.
I mean, I do trade them. It's just I keep expecting this to break
Order
one way or
filled.
the other, and it just hasn't yet. We're just barcoding on the lows, which I don't like longing in the first place because it just looks like it's waiting for a decent flush before maybe we fall back into this range. Like we haven't been able to take out the initial balance low yet. So I'm kind of just waiting to see, do we start to build volume above 400s in NQ, or are we going to take out the initial balance low and kind of reset this range a little bit? So it's just when we're this tight near the lows, I just think it's better to wait versus taking paper cuts, trying to play for the said break, which may be coming right here.
Yes, should we speak?
Order
343. And we're pushing the 30s. Break some new lows, make some new lows here. Ooh, trying. Hey, Hogue, when you get back on, Jared was asking what Delta was or is.
NASDAQ Delta, negative 2,200 right now.
There you go, Jared.
Ask and you shall receive.
That's my man Hogue right there.
Is that more or less than last time? Is it growing or shrinking?
It's increasing in negativity or decreasing in value, whichever way you want to say it. Boy, days like this in the pit were cash register days.
That's what we're
because
talking
you
about.
had an established short time frame high and an established, and you faded those extremes until proved wrong. I'm finding it much more difficult to do that on screen because I'm sitting here looking at a chart. And there's all these, different hypotheses going through my brain in longer time frame and in shorter time frame. The only thing to do is to fade the extremes of these balances until proven wrong. We just checked the IB local
John?
and then in the NASDAQ, and we got a nice bounce off it. Yeah, what's up, Eddie?
Got a couple questions. What does delta represent, and how do you find it?
So delta is quite simply, it's the number of contracts that trade on the offer. In other words, buy market orders. Every contract that trades on the offer using a buy market order is positive delta. Every order, every trade that occurs on the bid using a sell market order is negative delta. You take the positive delta, subtract the negative delta, and that's what you get. What it tells you is sometimes who the more aggressive traders are. And usually if they're using market orders, they're shorter time frame traders. I find it on a different platform. We are working on getting it on Topstep X. Was just looking yesterday. It is on the list. It is being worked on now, and we're looking forward to it. Now there's cumulative delta and regular trading hours time delta. Cumulative delta just takes the delta from the beginning of time or the contract or whatever, and then keeps track of it over that period of time. Hopefully we're going to be able to kind of establish cumulative delta, which can be helpful, as well as,
order filled,
visible range or, specific time frames of delta, because I like to look at delta in the regular trading hour session only.
Range kind of held again.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Thank
delta, like it can totally tell you if someone is just trying to get something filled that maybe is a really big thing, or stops are getting hit, or divergence too. Like if price going up and we keep, a negative delta, then what's going on, right? Like
longer time frame buyers.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like with every indicator, you have to understand what it represents so that well, because sometimes it's saying, okay, positive, let's say it's positive delta and price is going up. Okay. Well, they're buying it, right? And that one's kind of straightforward. But then there's times it's like, well, price is going up, but we're not growing in delta. What does that mean?
Or even getting negative.
Exactly. And so like with every indicator, you can't just read it at face value. It's like, what is, that's the awesome thing about charts or market. It's just data. It doesn't do anything to you. It doesn't take anything away from you. It's up to you to interpret that and to put meaning to it.
And just like any indicator, there are times when it doesn't mean anything.
Order filled.
Nothing. Yeah. More often than not, it means nothing.
When it does tell you something, you got
order filled.
You got them. You got them by the tail. If they're overextended, long or short, say the negative, the delta is heavy negative, and we ain't going lower. Yes. We ain't going lower. It's heavy negative, and we ain't going lower.
Look for iceberg buy orders.
Wow, funny, Hogue. Here we go. Let's do it, Hogue. They asked earlier this morning. The market's in a bit of a holding pattern. In this chat, they asked about an hour ago, what are iceberg orders? It's also another tool you need to have in your tool belt. You realize when you're running into an iceberg. Think about a boat, right? Hogue, let's go to the one shot. This is the best explanation of icebergs around on the internet in trading. Hogue, let's do it.
Okay. So let's look at it like an iceberg buy order. An iceberg buy order, there's 10,000 that this particular trader wants to buy in a certain area. But if he puts an order in to buy 10,000, that's likely to scare people away. He doesn't want people to know what his activities are. So as price comes down to that level, he puts in an order to buy 15. As soon as 14 are bought, he puts another order in to buy 20. And then as soon as 19 are bought, he puts another order in to buy 40. And as soon as those are bought, he puts another order on the bid to buy 15 more and then 20 more. And as soon as those are filled, he puts an order in to buy 60. And as soon as those are filled, he puts in an order to buy 15 more. He's using random numbers to hide his activity. That is basically what an iceberg order is. They're only showing you a little bit of the total number of contracts that they have to buy. Now, when it comes to Delta, if you think about it, if there's an iceberg order with 10,000 contracts to buy at a specific level, they're using bids. They're not using market orders. So if I'm going to be seeing an iceberg order, I'm probably going to be seeing Delta increasingly negative as those bids keep coming in and the shorter time frame traders keep selling into those bids. Delta gets more and more negative. Price doesn't move lower. And if the short time frame traders get wind that, hey, there's something else going on here, there's a buyer here that we can't see, maybe they'll stop selling it at that level. Well, if that's the case, then if the longer time frame trader still has contracts to buy, maybe he'll move those bids up. So now he's got the short time frame traders pretty short at this level. If he moves those bids up, well, maybe the short time frame traders will say, well, we couldn't make any money down there. Let's try and sell it here. So now he does the same thing. He puts the bids in as they get hit. He keeps stacking them in on the bid. Delta gets more and more negative. And at some point, the shorter time frame traders are going to figure out that they're screwed. Usually it happens late in the day. So you'll get some sort of a Delta divergence to the short side. So you'll have a lot of negative Delta with price moving higher over time. And then that's when you might get your big blow off top at the end of the day, because there's a short squeeze that was created by the longer time frame buyers when the shorter time frame traders get too short. It's what I call pitting time frame against time frame. Does this happen a lot? Do we see it a lot? No, we don't see it a lot. Does it probably happen more than we think it does? Probably. But if we recognize it, at the very least, we can stay out of trouble, because I call the longer time frame Elvis. As long as Elvis is in the building placing bids, price isn't going lower, and we're getting shorter and shorter along the way. If Elvis leaves the building, then anything can happen. But if Elvis stays in the building all day long, or for long enough, he's going to get all us pea shooters, us weaker hands, shorter time frame traders, all the wrong way, and we're going to have to turn at the end of the day, because we all want to go home flat, and we're going to have to cover all of those shorts, and we're going to see that pop at the end of the day. Doesn't happen that often, but when it does, you got to pay attention to it.
There you go. How about that, folks? Iceberg. You can't see what's beneath the water. You can see how many more are on that order. You think you're just 100 there? There's actually 2,000 there. Yeah. So like Hogue said, so it's very scary. You know you're screwed. You know there's more size. Yep, the range, Nick.
Once you figure it out.
Yeah, once you figure it out, it's too late, man. Definitely have been there. Uh-oh.
There's another way that longer time frame traders hide their information or their activities even better. It's called growler orders.
Growlers.
And this is diabolical. Those are crazy. Put in a bid to buy 40. As soon as that bid is filled, it creates negative 40 in Delta. They'll buy 40 on the offer to remove the Delta. So they'll buy 40 on the bid. As soon as that's filled, buy 40 on the offer. So they keep Delta neutral.
Really?
I almost wish it was illegal for them to do that, because
that's tricky.
It's much more difficult to see.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty stealth right there. There's no way to know that it's happening, right, Hogue? There's no way to know.
You're just going to see a whole bunch of volume accumulating at a specific level, and then you can hypothesize that it is. But you never really know. Iceberg orders you can pretty much see.
Yeah.
Depending on the platform you have and the tools that you're using.
Nick for a tick. And Hogue always got an eye out. All right, upper end of this range in the NASDAQ, 21,412. Lower end held. Looks like S&P's fucking finally breaking out to the upside here. 50. Well, I don't want to speak too soon. 59.93. Like we are going to try to extend out of the range. Very thin on the ladder. All right, NASDAQ coming up to VWAP here, 21,422.
So I changed recently in the last week or so. I changed the way I've been journaling.
Okay.
And my journaling was generally like in the past, how I felt, why I took a trade kind of thing. It was almost talking to myself. And generally it would start talking at me, right? And that usually didn't help me any. So recently I changed it to where I'm journaling as if I was instructing or teaching, writing an educational manual. And the idea behind it is I'm no longer attacking myself. I'm no longer attacking my decision. I'm no longer putting negativity into my journal. Instead, I'm telling my journal or someone else why I took that trade, what was that setup, and it's now turning into a repeatable type of pattern setup that now I'm asking, well, what about that setup did I take? And why did I take it? And would I have someone else take that same setup? And it's really changed the way my journals become useful. And part of it is because an older trader was saying most retail traders or most new traders, they have no idea what their setup is and they haven't practiced. Every time they take a trade, they're almost taking a new setup. It looks new to them. They think maybe it'll work. And then they change it the next time. They change maybe the time frame, or they change the outlook of that setup. So, and then they'll never get repeatable, consistent results because they're changing every day or changing every week. So it's something that I'm trying, and I've really enjoyed it.
I like it. So you're essentially explaining your trades to the journal as opposed to. I like that.
Yeah.
You said no more negativity. How negative was it?
You're an idiot. You're stupid. You'll never succeed at this. All those classic terms of how stupid could I be? All that kind of stuff.
Been there. Golf and trading makes me
not useful, is it?
No, I still say that to myself at
one
golf.
bit.
Yep, me too.
But
I still talk. I say some of the foulest stuff to myself when I'm.
Yeah, and the thing is, we want to think that it's an edge thing, as in, if I work at it a little harder, I'm a little more tricky or gambling or throw the dice. We want to think that trading. I don't know why that is, but that's just how our mindset is, right? When it's not that way at all. Instead, it's data, and we are playing the numbers of probability on the data, and it's a matter of how are you executing that plan, and it has nothing to do with you. Now, maybe there's you're tired that day, or something, or distracted, but that has nothing to do with how stupid you are or how smart you are.
Nope.
That just has to do your execution of that strategy, and maybe you're a little slow, a little tired on it.
Thank you, Jared. All right, we are pushing higher here. All right, really quick, we got the range expert in here. Let's get Dolby time in here. Dolby time. Let's draw that box. Show them what we were talking about in that 5-minute. There you are, upper right hand. I never seen the upper right hand. Dolby.
Whoa, what are you guys doing down there? Huh?
Do we have a new nickname for Dolby? Going to be Range Man?
Range Man. Power Ranger.
Dorito Boy.
Power Ranger. Dorito.
Dolby.
We'll
we're kind of out of this
one.
range, but we're still in a range. Let's do a range analysis really quick because we were barcoding there for a solid hour, give or take. So
yeah,
come on in. Show them what you look at when.
Well, first off, ranges are the best thing ever. So everyone hating on ranges, please stop. Ranges are your friend. They help you define risk very, very easily. So what I do is go top, bottom. So weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30, 15, 5, 1, 30 second. We'll do it right now. I'm not seeing a huge range in the weekly, so I'll go down to daily. Not really seeing a range in the daily. Go down to the 4 hour. 4 hour, we do kind of see a range. We got a nice clump of candlesticks right here. So I actually marked off the 4 hour low. and then I'll mark off like the 4-hour high. And then we'll just keep on doing this all the way down. And if we don't see a range, it's fine. You just skip it. And then keep on going. There's no 30-minute range broke out. 15-minute range, we had one. So mark there. 15-minute range high. Go down to 5-minute, and the 5-minute had a super good range. This is actually a pretty rare formation on NASDAQ. Typically, they're not this clean, and the wicks run a lot higher to the upside or downside. So really good 5-minute range. So what do you do in any range, no matter what time frame? You're always looking to get long in the bottoms, and then you are looking to get short the tops. And you might be like, well, it's breaking out right now. You would get stopped out. And the answer is yes. This would be a losing short for a range trader. However, let's talk about it like this. Like this is a range. This is also a range. And this is also a range. And essentially, as a range trader, you're just making the bet that it can keep on doing this longer then it can eventually break out, right? Because as a trader, we do not know when, let's say, this is going to happen. You do not know that. And so why would I want to make a bet as a trader on this one event occurring when the opposite typically takes place? There's a greater chance, I should probably change color on this, that this will hold at the top than it will break out. So that is it. That's range trading in a nutshell. It's just, I would prefer making a bet on the market doing something that's already done versus a one-time event that invalidates the formation.
No. Fading the extremes of ranges, yes. Dolby, do you take the breakout ever? Do you go with a substantial breakout outside of balance?
This is how I would approach a trending market with range trading. So I think you've referred to me say stair step a lot. And that is where you get this sort of action in the market. This would be a stair step uptrend. And then you would basically draw your lines here. And so what do you see, right? You see a trending market, but really what we have is just more ranges. And so for me, everything is a range in one form or another. I will find you and I will get you. But if we are looking to get long, then we are just looking for lows within the range within an uptrend. And that's it. So this is no different than just this. This is all the same.
There you go.
And they just inverse it for shorts, right? You're looking to short tops in here. Oh, check this out. Oh, it's upside down. So now we are like downtrend, right? So now we're looking to short the tops in a downtrend within a range within a trend. So that's the basics of range trading. And then, yeah, some people like momentum trading. It's not my favorite. I think you have to be super fast at it. And then from there, it's just getting good at holding onto positions and making sure those things play out. And then, not moving your stops, which Dakota brutally called me out on yesterday. Because really what you're not betting, you're betting on the event taking place. It's not necessarily dictated by like time, right? So what you're looking for as a range trader is for this move to break out. And it could stay in here forever, right? So some range traders, and like I've made every mistake there possibly is. Like we'll
just took out the eye behind the S&Ps.
Nice. So we'll get impatient and then want to flatten our trade, but our trade succeeding is not based off of time. It's based off of one event occurring. And if that event takes 2 hours to form, then you ideally should be sitting in the trade until that event takes place. But it can range theoretically forever until it doesn't. And breakout traders are looking for this one moment, and range traders are looking for these 5.
They do range more than they trend, don't they?
They do. I hope that makes sense for everybody. Valid
Dolby
question, actually.
like
yeah.
The range trading, especially for someone that didn't start in range trading, or it can flip the other way too. But that classic thing of the time that you put your target in for your range, and then it broke out of the range and took off. Your mind, your mental state will remember that forever. And from that point on, you'll never take profit at the top of the range, because what if this time it breaks out? And you flip it around, someone who never was a range or always a range trader, they will have a tendency to never allow a runner to go or to see that it's going to break out of the range, because in their mindset, no, you trade the range. Like spot on with what you said, but like me mentally, I was not a range trader, so I continually have to fight taking profit at the range, because in my mind, I remember it ran away from me. And from that point on, it's the inverse of, something bad happened, came down, took out my stops. So I always have my stops way low, right? Kind of thing, right? It's the inverse of that in technically a positive way, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are like, created by our environments, and I was created by the old trading combine at Topstep, right? And there was really strict. There were no micros.
Seeking certainty.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
There is no certainty in trading.
Right. And so, when I was in the trading combine, I was doing, I think, like 30K accounts on crude oil. And so I was maybe only taking 2 or 3 trades a day, period. And I had to be able to find a setup where I could reliably set a stop with maybe 15 ticks, so about $150 in crude. And the only thing I could find is, okay, well, crude does a really good job of ranging. So like this formation in crude that's in the NASDAQ, this formation in NASDAQ, this appears very frequently in crude, and it's not very wicky. And so it was fairly reliable to be able to buy lows and then sell highs, because what you could do is you could set your stop right on the other side, right? So essentially what you're asking the market to do is to break formation, and that doesn't happen all that much, right? Because it's typically just going to keep on ranging until it does some big thing. Now, occasionally, will you get a move that shoots down and stops you out and then rallies higher? Sure, it happens, I would say, way more frequently in NASDAQ than it does in crude. But that's kind of how I arrived at range trading. And then from there, it's just been a series of like observations to make it slightly more efficient. So, and I have a bunch of that stuff like written down. It's just observations of range trading. Maybe I'll share those later. But it does take practice to get used to range trading, because there's a lot of fear that occurs when the market is down here, because momentum comes in, and then as traders are like, oh, this looks scary. But if you look left, buyers have consistently come in, and so, as I like saying, it's like we're not buying it because it's pretty, we're buying it because it's cheap. This is a cheap trade. And I think people look at momentum as something that is sexy, but momentum is also fleeting. And so I'd rather take a cheap trade.
It's a really good feeling. It's a validation feeling, at least for me, when I take a trade and then it just runs away from me and, nice profit. It just feels very validating and very like affirming and addictive. Like those endorphins just love it, at least for me. And then you just want every trade, you want to get that feeling, that hit again.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what trading is like, though. I mean, it's a dopamine factory. It can either be really good or really bad. There were a couple of questions in chat, like how many bars does it take? My absolute minimum is 3, but the more the merrier, obviously. If you're acting on like 3 bars, then it can be a little bit presumptive, I guess, on maybe that range forming. But you can also get like the quality of those bars kind of depends too, because if you get some that are just like right next to each other, like these 3, then I'd probably be a little bit more like reliant, or I think those would be a little bit more reliable. So you want those ranges to kind of be as tight as possible with as few wicks running on the outside. And there's things that you can do to put the odds in your favor. For example, if we know big news is coming out tomorrow, there's a greater chance that the market will be range bound because money is on the sideline waiting for the news to happen. So we can kind of make the assumption that ranges will be safer to play. Another way is lunchtime trading tends to be more range bound. Well, if you can make the assumption that we're going to be in a range, then we can have more confidence that we can enter into range trades. Would I be looking to range trade the New York Open? Absolutely not, especially not in NASDAQ, because it's probably not going to range. at all. I mean, a good range could take 15, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes to set up. So it does take a lot of patience, but you do have to act when you do get in there. It's a practice like anything, but it's hard for me to trade momentum because I see everything as ranges. And I think for momentum traders, it's hard for them to see ranges because anytime they get down to 21,350, they want to take shorts and drive this even further. So I think they're great strategies that exist on the same coin, but opposite sides.
Damn, Dolby. Well, that.
You can't run.
Pretty good.
You can't hide. I will
Yeah,
find you.
Dolby
I will
time.
Find your stop and stop you.
Well, Dolby was schooling everybody on range trades. I took a small stop out at the top end of the range on NQ for about $400.
Did you short 420s?
Get a potential.
No, not 420s. 450s.
450s? Oh, nice. That's
You got stopped out?
Well, I was being tight with my stop when it looked like a short that I have taken numerous times in my life that eventually gets run to the initial balance high on NQ as well. So it was trying not to be greedy. ES was coming into resistance at the top end of the opening range and initial balance high. And I thought, I should have taken the trade in ES. That's where that sits. Remember I said that when I came on, I was like, I've had a good week trading ES, not NQ, so maybe I should keep trading ES.
Nick, you can't get away from it, man.
You can't run.
It's like it's
I will find you. I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market, and I know who you are.
Yeah, you can't run. You can't.
Ace Dolby time.
Potential failed upside.
I'll be back on later.
Yes.
Yeah, you will.
We'll talk more about ranges later.
Awesome stuff. Euro close, 15 minutes, 14 minutes. Hogan,
I got
potential
it.
failed upside auction.
I got a new diagram. Another talk. And Hogue can tell me, oh, man, goodness, would you stop with these? They're not real.
No.
Okay. I got a theory, a visual theory as to why we hold stops and we can't let our runners go. So let's say we down here at the bottom, we took our entry and price starts running up. Well, as it runs up, our visual thing is we see it's going farther from our entry, which means the farther it goes, the more likely it might snap back and take us out. That's what our mind says. If we are, let's say we took a long right here, price went up and came down. The farther it comes down, our mind says the more likely it's going to bounce. And so we hold and hold because in our mind's eye, we justify what could happen. It's a visual thing in our mind. And until we flip it around, we'll always hold on to our losers.
It's human nature. You know, you get a trade that's going your way. Every tick that it puts in a new high is money that you feel like you've already made and you don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
So we have, I think as a human being, we have a natural tendency to take what is given to us quickly. Okay. If you're walking down the street and you see a $5 bill on the sidewalk, first thing you're going to do is step on it. Next thing you're going to do is look around to see if anybody's looking for it. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to pick it up and put it in your pocket.
Yep.
The adverse, okay, when the market starts to go against us, we start to kind of say, all right, well, you know, it's got to turn around at some point. If I get out now, the loss is established. It's in my account. There's nothing I can freaking do about it. So I'm going to default to, I'll just wait. I'm just going to wait and see if this thing turns around. And typically what's going to happen is it's just going to keep costing us money until we finally get out. And that's going to be the low. Typically that just seems to be what happens, right? When we fall into that default of, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to hold on. If the market, you know, comes around, makes me whole again or makes me money, great. So we end up with big losses and small wins. And it's just human nature to do that. Jared, you said you have to switch that around in your brain, and you do. And it's, I think most people are wired that way. So, you know, if you see that $5, I used to do it like this. I'm standing on the sidewalk, and to pass me, you have to give me $20. And I'm going to tell you, half the time when you pass me, there's going to be a $5 bill on the way that you can either pick that up or actually, if you pass me, you give me the $20. A little ways up, there's going to be a $5 bill that's going to trim some of your risk. Half the time, there's going to be a 50 further down the road, further down the street. How many times are you going to walk past me, give me the $20, and go get the $50? Every time. So if you can kind of put that into your psyche, and not every trade is meant to be a huge winner. Some trades have to be planned for a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 reward over risk. 4-to-1 reward over risk is fantastic. So I was working with a woman, actually, teaching her profile, and she was getting really, really good at finding good trade locations. She was good at managing risk. She ended up with like a 6-to-1 reward over risk trade one day. And then she started to think that every trade was going to be that big. So she would get into good trades, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 reward over risk, would never take her profit, and then the market would come back and then hit her stop. So I did this, and I think this might be something that you could use in your practice account, something like this. Anybody, of course, can use this. Anytime you see a good trade, a good entry, take it, put in your stop, put in the profit target at 2-to-1, and then just let it fly. So I told her to do this. And I said, don't pay no attention to the performance. Pay no attention to whether it's a win or a loss. Pay no attention to any of this. Write down the outcomes on a spreadsheet. Send me the spreadsheet after 30 instances, after 30 good trades. I know you're finding good trades. You're a good risk manager. If you take every winning trade off at 2-to-1, what would your performance be like? So 7 days later, I get this email. The spreadsheet's there. Now, this was a 50K combine. She had never succeeded in a trading combine. She was getting a lot better at trade locations. Management was becoming an issue. I went through the spreadsheet, and in 30 trades, actually about 25 trades, she had succeeded in the trading combine. I called her. I said, "Good job, man. This is really good." She's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, I just went through your spreadsheet and took a look at your dashboard. You succeeded in your trading combine about 5 trades ago." She started screaming, laughing, almost crying on the telephone because she had never succeeded in a trading combine before. So in doing that, you have to take a profit at some point. Yes. Is the market going to come back and move against you sometimes? Yes, it is. Depending on your time frame, what you were looking for in the trade to begin with, what your reasonable and probable profit target is in the trade, of course, is part of how you stay in the trade. But if you're that anxiety of the market going against you, I think Tom Hugard said it best. People new to trading have a tendency to be hopeful when the market is against them and fearful when the market is going their direction. You got to do it the opposite. When it's against you, be fearful. When it's going your way, then it's be hopeful. So there's a lot of rewiring of the brain that I think traders have to do to become consistent, profitable, and have any longevity at all in futures trading. And it's something, I'm convinced. Not saying that it's easy. It's something after 35 freaking years, I'm still working on.
Yeah. Yeah. Mark Douglas, he talked about that, of just how the emotion is involved in trading because we place value on the money. We place value on being right. And until you get rid of that value of the money or value of being right, you will not succeed. You will not at least be consistent. And I think, and then what I have noticed too is in the general retail trading world, there's not a focus on having a plan, a single strategy. A lot of people call it a setup, but what is that setup and what is the trigger? And do you understand why you're taking that take? And Mark said it again. Trading is, as a child, like when you're learning to walk, that's all you can think about. You're not walking and chewing gum and reading a book at the same time. As a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, you barely can take a step. And in trading, we want to think that we can act like a 20-year-old NFL player that is able to rock the world and do all these jumps and really cool things. Like, no, that first trade, you're a 2-year-old. And that's all you can handle is one single setup. And then you have to get really good at that one single setup and trade it without emotion, without putting value on it. And then you can take a more advanced setup and keep learning how to run, walk, run, blah, blah, blah. But, you don't really see that physical limitation when you're trading, especially electronically. I think probably in the pit, you maybe saw it more often. You could visually feel the limitations probably.
Yeah.
I was never in the pit, but I'm assuming there was a more physical element to it where you realized, oh, it's way too loud. It's way too crazy in the pit. I don't know what's going on. So you would clam up, be quiet and watch. And, in the screens, you don't really see that. It's very volatile. Well, what's volatile mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah. I think what you're talking about, Jared, is basically creating secondary functions. So when you first sit down to drive a car, you have never driven a car before. You have to think about every little thing. Okay, I got to put my foot on the brake. I got to put it in reverse. I got to back out. To back out, I got to turn around and I have to look and I have to do the wheel. And then when I finally get onto the street, now I've got to put it in drive. Then I've got to then I got to do with my mirrors, and all of these things are things that you have to think about the first time you sit down and you drive a car. These are all now secondary functions because you've driven a car 1,000 times. You don't have to think about it. It's just kind of automatic what you do to drive a car. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about as far as trading. Coming into trading, you don't have the skills, the abilities, and quite frankly, the cojones to perform like a NASCAR driver when the first time you sit down at a trading, right? Somebody was asking what happened to the woman that I just talked about in that explanation. She actually saw that she could succeed in just doing what she was doing. She went back to what she was doing, and I haven't seen her in a while. She went back to her old ways.
You guys say she is. Never mind.
It's hard to change, man. Change is hard. People don't like change. Change is difficult. Change is scary. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to be on the other end of that change. Could be good, could be bad. Bad change, of course, is people are afraid of. People are afraid of good change as well. What could happen if you were to become wildly successful as a futures trader? I mean, what are the bad things that could happen? You could become a jerk. You could lose all your friends. But that's a choice.
Yes, it is.
That's a choice.
Yeah.
Think of all the good things that can happen if you become wildly successful at trading. Think of the good things you could do with that. You could help people. You could help your parents. You could help veterans.
It's almost, a lot of people trade.
You could help everybody. Yeah.
It's almost like they think they don't deserve to be successful. I got to feel the pain. I did this a couple of weeks ago. I had two or three trades that were just spot on. Great money that day. And it was in 10-minute time frame. And it was too easy. And I could not walk away because I didn't have that feeling that I'd worked. I've worked hard, manual labor, whatever, my whole life. And you sweat and then you get your pennies. In 15 minutes, I had, I forget what it was, like a 12K day. And I could not walk away from it because it didn't feel like I'd earned it.
Lose 12K though, Jared. You lose 12K.
Oh, I did. Guarantee and hit my daily loss.
I've been there.
Dude, you're touching
this
on
money
so
was
many
way
things
too
that
easy.
I worked on when I first started trading with a couple of trading psychologists. I felt the same way. The money was too easy. I didn't earn it. I was used to trading in my hours for a handful of dimes like you. Even though my dad was a trader, every job I had to, do something to get paid for it. Now it's a whole different story. And the amount of money you can make, you have to 100% with every cell in your body, believe that you are worth it, that you've earned it, and it's yours. If you don't, it causes consternation, internal consternation.
You just lose that 12K in a day, and then you'll know, damn it, I deserve that 12K I made. So yeah, I feel like losing teaches more lessons than winning in this business. Kind of fear-driven business or fear of failure. Failure teaches more. Kind of like baseball, game of failure. Failure teaches more. Oh, we got Euro close coming up here in 60 seconds. With that being said, we'll see if what happens. But we got a big announcement coming in here. We're coming to the close of the 25 Marathon VIP Scouting check-in session. I think we're coming up on number 24. Eddie, go ahead, Eddie. Let's give them what they want. They've been doing so well.
Give them and anybody would like to be a VIP, would you?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Anything?
Topstep VIP.
Yes.
Read up on our VIP.
VIP? Okay. Let's do it. This is VIP number 24. We'll call this the Kobe VIP. Now remember, every time you check in, you're going to get another entry into our VIP draft starting the 27th of this month. Yes, that's in 11 days. Well, we're going to be drafting 500 traders. Now, what you get in this VIP is, first off, you're going to get 3 months in the trading combine. You're going to get 2 free resets each month. Hopefully you don't have to use those. Private team chat room, exclusive access to our coach, and of course, those special events, and no activation fee. So that's 10 teams, 50 traders per team, 500 traders in total. And this is number 24, the Kobe VIP scouting form. So we posted this up above in the chat. Click on that link and you'll get access to the form. Excuse me. I do see that some people are 24 for 24. That is pretty good. Pistol Pete, you can't be 26 for 24. Let's check that total. Hopefully you fat fingered that one. But have at it. And remember, if you're just new here and you're just starting out, click the link. All right. It only takes one to win. All right. It only takes one to win. You might be lucky there. Out of Stockfish said 3 for 24. Well, good luck. Good luck there. And let's get this going here. We're going to pass it back to Andre. And we're going to keep this up until 12 o'clock, high noon, Chicago time. So that link will be up there for you. There you go.
1 p.m.
And don't forget,
1 p.m.
this Friday, tomorrow, Andre, we're going to have another opportunity for 25 more with Top Quiz. Of course, Top Quiz tomorrow. And I'll pass this back to you, Andre. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe we're going to have it open for even an additional hour, Eddie. More than just 90
Longer than that?
Go,
what do we got?
I think we're going to go for a bonus hour. I believe so.
okay.
We're going to give it a bonus hour here.
Till 1 p.m., yes.
Yeah,
I do see that now.
Yeah.
Keep it open. Open it up.
Open.
All right. So
no last call.
Tell your friends,
here.
Tell your enemies, tell your fellow traders, get in here. Thanks, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, European close has come and gone. We still got some oil still selling off here. We are now beneath $77. Let's trade 77. Just as I spoke too soon. New low is put in $76.97. Last trade, $76.99. That was great explanation there. Good discussion there. Range bound trading.
Can I say one more thing about that?
Yeah, please, Hogue.
So we were talking about, what would happen if you became wildly successful? What are the bad things that can happen? Kevin Nathaniel here says he lost all his friends because he made more money than them from trading. And that does happen. Sometimes, they just get jealous. They maybe you got a nicer car or something like that, and they separate themselves from you. And it does happen. But you have to ask yourself if that is the case, if they were ever your friends to begin with.
I was going to say that. Were they really your friends?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's that Midland, Texas money, Nick. I'm obsessed with that town. I'm obsessed with Midland.
No, you are.
I'm obsessed with this town.
West Texas
I've heard
is
about,
fun.
I'm obsessed with it. Just this show. I went down a wormhole on the internet of Midland, Texas, and I'm fascinated by this whole town. Anyways, we'll talk
Andre,
about that.
We'll make the drive. You fly into DFW, you go to the Kansas TCU game, and we'll drive 6 hours to Midland just so you can experience it.
I got to see what this whole thing. Oh, there's private. I mean, yeah, this looks like it's all private jets and like Mercedes-Benz in this town in the middle of nowhere.
Midland is like you've got the very rich side, and then you've got a very much blue collar working, as they say, working the patch. So it's a lot of that industrial work.
Or what do they call them? The
natural gas and crude oil.
Man, oh man. Yeah, I'm from West Texas. Got any questions, Richard Martinez? Yeah, is it really like that on the show? Is it really? I was looking at houses. I mean, it's just some cookie cutter houses going for damn near $1 million in Midland. I was just like, man, oh man, this is a real thing. The Dubai of Texas.
I am in Dallas, Texas. I am not in Midland.
He's a city boy.
I'm too bougie for Midland, apparently.
He's a city boy.
You guys need to know, I grew up in the beaches of Southern California. That is not my scene necessarily.
Here we go. Yes, and he went to University of Arizona. He is a Cali bro in Texas. Hell of a trader, man. Yep. We'll tell Nick for
We're going to break down out of this new range that NQ has been.
Come on.
Broke my heart when the flush happened.
Sounds like a country song. Broke my heart. Anyways, yeah, 21,400. Last trade in the ES, 59.92.
Andre jinxed the day before the opening bell. I'm just going to say
it. I came in and I go, oh, bleep, retail sales did absolutely nothing. What's going to move this market? And that's, when I saw
apparently
retail
Waller.
sales was a Waller. Yeah, Waller, mission accomplished. Said retail sales was
if
a
I
dud.
had one setup, like we talk about for the tip of the week, it would be the failed auction, because we had a failed upside auction in the S&Ps. It was just beautiful. You had to preempt it, otherwise it cost you in trade location. But that would be my one setup if I had one setup.
Hogue, it's something people have asked the question of like, am I going to size down this week and things like that? Like when we were coming on my Sunday show, and I've given the example of like, if you've traded NQ and you don't want to size down to micros and start trading ones and twos on the micro side, if you're a minis trader, maybe switch to ES. Well, my stop out is a great example of you took that trade in ES, you're still in it, and you're feeling real good versus taking some heat and stopping out on NQ. The same exact, correlation in price action.
And I wouldn't even feel bad for making money on it.
Don't. Yep. No one's going to feel bad for you when you lose money. No one's going to feel bad for you when you lose money in this.
No, they'll take it, no problem.
100%. Like I said, you learn things the hard way in this thing. Pits, I'm sure, was even much more cutthroat. I think I bet things got much more personal in the pits because you're sitting there with people here. You're going because the screen stuff.
Take your money and laugh at you.
Yeah, and they rub it in your face. But we got gold kind of creeping higher on the highs right now, 27.54, chopping on the way highs. All right, we got some news. We got about 20 minutes left here in fast markets. More coming up throughout the day.
Andre,
that is a slow grind on gold.
27.56 is weekly kickoff high. We're getting up to that level.
It took about 2 hours to get there. It took about 2 hours to get there. But
yikes.
Grind higher. We got the VIP lounge again. VIP season 1 coming to a conclusion. Season 2 getting ready to kick off. Week of January 27th, we'll be unveiling the teams, 10 teams, 50 players a team, 500 VIPs. And oh man, pretty cool what we're doing around here. I'm going to try to kind of roll this into a Topstep trading league one day. We'll see how that kind of matures. We have the jerseys made, don't we, James? We definitely have all the jerseys made. We definitely have the team jerseys, so everything else should just fall into place from there. Anyways, James, I'm going to leave that in your lap. James, you got any news for us? What's up, man?
Andre, we're essentially done. The jerseys are made. Like, that's how a team is performed, right? Like, everything else is all secondary. There's nothing else. But what is going on in the world? In TikTok news, we all want to hear about it. Donald Trump is now reportedly wants to not ban it. So he's talking about when he gets in office, he will introduce a new executive order that will give another 60 to 90 days for Congress essentially to figure out a way if we want to sell it to another company, come up with some alternative solutions, which is funny because if I remember correctly, this is the same guy that said it should be banned in the first place, but c'est la vie. And if you, I wouldn't worry too much though about if TikTok's going to get banned because the CEO of TikTok is going to be at Inauguration Day.
Nice.
He's rolling up. He's, according to Forbes, he will be sitting in a position of honor on the dais, which is usually where former presidents, family members, and other high-level guests are seated. Other party boys that will be up there include Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. Basically, the whole brat pack will be there.
Yeah.
And we will be watching
the ring.
Who's who
on Monday. Yeah. It's who's who. Yeah. Speaking of who's who, the Japanese prime minister is struggling to find time to smoke at work.
What?
Yeah,
I
it's
hate that
this
when
article.
that happens.
I was going to say, I think a lot of people can relate to this. He said that finding time for a cigarette break has never been harder. Apparently, when you're the Prime Minister of Japan, there's not a lot of moments for you to step outside and have a quick smoke break. He's thinking about giving it up altogether, but apparently he is also a big fan of drinking and smoking, and at one point said that he would give up drinking before he ever gave up smoking. So, good luck, Japan.
Somebody give him a ball.
That helps. Yeah, well, they can go California sober. Maybe then he'll start feeling a bit better.
Cali sober.
Hogue, have you seen this next story? I saw it this morning and I knew I had to include it. Gremlins 3 is on the way. That's right. Yeah, pull him out. There he is.
I got him.
A new report has come out from Hollywood that Christopher Columbus, the director behind the first 2 Harry Potter movies, the Home Alone movies, and Mrs. Doubtfire, among others, is looking to direct a new Gremlins movie. And if you didn't know, Chris Columbus wrote the first Gremlins. So he's already familiar with it. He wrote the first one. So I'm looking forward to this. I love this franchise. The one bad thing about this article I didn't like is it also includes other rumors, including a new script for a new Matrix from Drew Goddard.
There you go.
Please leave one of my favorite franchises alone. And apparently, Christopher Columbus is also making a new Goonies treatment, whether that's a Goonies reboot or if Josh Brolin and crew are coming back for more money. Stay tuned. We'll see.
Can you imagine an old Trinity? That's just wrong.
Have you seen the new Matrix? I already saw Old Trinity and Old Neo. It was very sad. And finally, my last story. What was that?
A hell of a sailor too, Christopher Columbus.
Oh yeah, he can do it all. Our last story that can only come out of Ohio. A woman says she got a side of marijuana with her chicken fries at Burger King. Now, naturally, the first question you're thinking of, what is the address of this Burger King so I can avoid it at all costs?
How lucky can you be?
Yes, a woman reported that she ordered some chicken fries. Who hasn't been there? And when you look down into the container, she saw tons of little, she describes it as Mary Jane sprinkled throughout her box. And like any true patriot, she narked.
Yeah, wrong. I think that was meant for the person behind her in the drive-thru.
Breaking down, you should balance low.
All right, new lows coming in. Finally, thank you, James. Finally, we got some new lows into the NASDAQ. Oh, it was Nick.
Where did Nick get stopped out? Well, right around 68.
It's gonna be one of those days, man.
It is. No big deal. Small little paper cut.
What do you want?
See if anything else transpires today. If not, come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not my favorite trading
What do you
day.
want? Nah, it's what do we call those tops? So if you want to call it a top. All right, let's do a recap here. 21,322. 320 is low of the day in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES, 59.79. Last trade, low of the day was just a spike, 59.73. Light volume, thin ladders today. Crude seeing some
Andre, would you believe I'm going to cover some of a swing short again?
Yes. Oh, dude, that was what were you short from? 80s?
Short from the swing short from FOMC day.
Oh, from up there. Oh snap!
That was a different one. I keep reopening when we reoffer in this down until the downtrend breaks. I'm going to keep doing it.
Good. It is downtrend. Take a look at the oil, $77.06, about 13 cents off the lows there. Here's a question. Is there any more juice left in this sell-off? A lot of range traders. More if Dolby would read this. I'm looking at the 5-minute. Buyers might want to step in here. Hold it.
In the S&Ps, typically if there's a failed upside auction, the target is the lower IB low, the IB low.
Is that
so
right?
If a failed auction above the IB high, typically the target is the IB low.
I did not know that. Okay. Okay. Good stuff, Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Learn shit today. It's a lesson day today, folks. This is a lesson day today. There are some profits out there. Looking at some live funded shares. There is some red. I say it's about 50-50 green versus red with our live funded traders today. And it shows you it's been like that with the tilt 50-50 for most of the day as well. Again, we'll get that VIP. We'll get that countdown clock up on the screen here for the VIP. Again, it's going to be open for another 2.5 hours, or no, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Pretty good. Everyone's got to have at least one check-in. We'll be able to see what those numbers were when we're all said and done.
Well, it looks like we just set up a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ.
So then the target would be the upside of the initial balance, correct?
IB high.
All right. That price would be what, Hogue?
Well, IB high is 496, 498, 21,498.
498s. Yes, Flyer Jim, we saw that. Bob Euchre has passed.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, man. He finally got his seat in the front row.
Yeah, he did. Saw that. For those who are not aware of who that is, he's a very popular baseball announcer here in the States.
Yep.
Long time.
You ever saw Major League? He's the announcer.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah. Very famous.
Spot on, Hogue.
Yep. He's past the age of 90.
That's a good age.
It's a good run. Solid.
And some good stories, too. If you ever get a chance, YouTube, Bob Euchre. Funny stories. Catching fly balls in a tuba. That's one of my favorite.
Sounds like
True
Euchre.
story. Yeah.
About 2 days ago, we saw the 10-year yield at 4.8%. This is just 48 hours ago. That's how fast things change. And that CPI print came out. Everything's solved. Everything's solved. And now 10-year yield, 4.61%, which about 2 weeks ago would seem awfully high. But as of 2 days ago, it's a little bit of a relief.
I am so glad I don't have to be a nerd and care about the macro thing of the world. I mean, I care in a
matters, Jared. You got to have an idea. You got to have. You got to keep some.
Don't tell me that. I willfully choose to be ignorant.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Even
hey,
the
Nick,
economists have no idea what they're doing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All you need to know is that last November, the Fed said mission accomplished, and here we are again.
They're still trying to say mission accomplished.
They said it again. Waller said it again
good
today.
Good news is bad news.
Yes, he did.
And bad news is good news. Then it doesn't matter.
You do have a point. You bring a very fair point. They are starting to sprinkle in perhaps another rate cut sooner than July, Hogue. I saw that. Whatever. That's some nerd macro talk. We can say everything. Where's Jack when I need him? Jack, get back here. I need someone to talk.
Jack's a little busy.
He is.
They mentioned March. March was mentioned.
They're starting to sprinkle in a possibility for a March rate cut.
But then Bank of America says none. So,
wow, Wells Fargo came out and said like 5 or something. BOA says none. I'm like, what a gig.
Yeah.
I want to be a bank analyst.
Your job is to put out something. It doesn't have to be right.
Correct. And if it's not right, just revise it. If it's not right, just revise it again. No,
yeah, the banks invented that word, revise. Yeah.
Beautiful word.
They're the inventors of that word.
All right, how are we doing that?
Can you imagine growing up and you're in trouble and you're like, Dad, I'm going to revise what I did, my statement there. And be like, yeah, no, you're still getting a whooping.
Yeah, come here.
Back in my old world, if I would have had to revise things the way the banks do and the analysts do, I would have been fired long before I got laid off. That's not the way it works in corporate America. I can tell you that much.
Does not.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. All right, JD, come on in. We're just jibber jabbering around here. Markets are kind of just doing their own thing. So,
love a good jibber jabber.
A little jibber jabber. That's what traders do, man. It keeps us out of the markets, keeps us from getting caught, trying to force trades and stuff. This is what we do. JD, you know that on the floor, on the screen.
You always got a little convincing, a little broken.
Yeah, man. That's what you do. Keep yourself out of trouble in these markets. Go ahead, JD.
For sure.
By the way, we got another Fed talking, right? Sorry, JD. But I think we got another Fed talking right now somewhere. All right. Sorry.
do.
Go ahead, JD.
Sure do.
Yep. All right, here are your fun to trader hot streaks from yesterday. We got Oscar O still on the top there. Made $994 trading the NQ yesterday. Now at 35 days, sitting on $12,457 in profits. Nice job, Oscar. David picked up $217 trading the Micro ES. 30 days, we're at $61.84. Munlin, $230 trading gold. 29 days, we're at $68.67. The $220 trading the Micro NASDAQ. 29 days, now worth $4,043. And Natalie made $200 trading the NASDAQ. Now sitting at 28 days, we're at $12,641. Now, I don't have an overlay for it, but this was brought up a couple weeks ago. Some people were interested in what is the longest losing streak. And it just so happened I looked it up today, and it's a whopper, guys.
What is it?
It's got to be me.
I won't say the name. I'll give you an acronym. CYL in a live funded account.
Losing streak.
40-day losing streak.
Wow.
Hit ELL 40 consecutive days. $3,000 losing days.
They still have their
40
account?
consecutive days. I looked up that account. Still in that live funded account.
Wow.
They've also asked that you won't see them on the big board. They've requested that we not share their information on top.
That's fine.
So I just went with an acronym, you know. So
yeah, we don't even need to
technically they would be on the big board if we were sharing their information. But yeah, I just thought that was incredible. Account balance is still pretty high, still in the six figures.
Do they have a custom, a personal DLL, or they're hitting?
It's set at $3,000. I'm looking at it right now. Sometimes it goes a little over. You know how it goes, but yeah, basically 40 consecutive days of $3,000 losing days.
That's tough. That's very tough.
Did you say 40?
40, Nick. 40
consecutive days.
I mean, that's got to be a statistical anomaly.
That's
you think just by
that's hard to do.
By the odds,
that's not being like a jerk. That's hard to do. Man.
It is.
It is hard to do.
Crude popping a little bit here. Crude up about 60 cents in the last 5 minutes. Go ahead, JD. 40, yeah.
Oh, let me get these.
All right, guys. Yeah. So to that point, we talk about the hot streaks and stuff. There's always two sides to this thing. We show the winners. There's obviously losers in this game too. So go ahead, JD. Thanks for that. That's wild.
Mm-hmm. Should I stick around? You want to see?
Yeah, let's do that. We're coming up on time. Fast markets.
Sweet.
That's a lot.
What do you want to start with, James?
A big board.
I'm ready.
But the big board, we got some call-ups.
All right, you want to do big board or call-ups? Big board?
Your call, JD. Dealer's choice.
Let's do the call-ups and we'll do the big board.
Let's do it.
Who is first? First up, we got Kresha from Kansas.
Alexa.
12
in there.
Dude, that's 40 minutes from me.
I know.
It's a real place?
Yeah, Jared knows. Yeah, that's a real place. I know Lenexa.
Kresha closed out a single XFA, took a $12,282 payout, and now has a starting balance of $12,283. Trading gold, S&P, NASDAQ, and crude oil. Nice job, Kresha. Next up, we've got Rain from Milan. Rain closed out a single XFA also, took a $5,000 payout, starting in that new live funded account with $35,000 trading the NASDAQ.
That's a little farther away from me.
Milan.
Yeah. Jared.
And then we've got Tejan. Tejan from Glendale. Closed out a single XFA. All three of our call-ups were trading in single XFAs. Tejan took a $5,000 payout, starting in his new life funded account with $40,000. It's a nice little cushion to get going. Trading the NASDAQ also. All right, without further ado, Eddie.
The big board.
Here we go.
Double with that sweet drum roll.
Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
Oil popping.
What a great movie.
Here are the top 25 live funded traders at Topstep. There he is right on top. Number 1, Coach Dakota. Down there, number 8, Nick for a Tick. You're looking at him right now. He's been trading with you all morning. Shout out to Nick. In the 3 slot, we got Kai Chun. He was also on our live P&L list from yesterday. $32,434 in profits yesterday for Kai Chun. Also, Fernando down there at number 10. He was the leader of our live P&Ls yesterday. $55,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday for Fernando. There's a look at your live funded trader leaders, top 25. Go ahead, get your cameras ready, take your snapshot.
Yeah.
We'll give you a couple more seconds. Also, we got our rig trades. Nano trade. These are all stars on the top 25.
Look at that. Now he's Nick for a Tick. I forgot to fail to mention. Now he's Nick for a Tick number 8 on the big board. Also,
number
reigning the reversal challenge champion as well.
2 weeks in a row.
Wow,
Really?
back to back. That's a flex.